Hello. Hi, hi. Hi, Bleb. Hi, Narix. Thank you, Narix, for the shovel. Oh my god. Thank you, thank you. Also, I hope you are doing good. Welcome in. Just playing. Hi, Ion. Just playing Minecraft in Ice Dragon costume. I mean, for sure it's modded, right? Because it's Ice Dragon costume. Is it like... Does it change you entirely into a dragon? Okay, Anything you want to spit about?
I understand where the
Oh. Hi, Lex. Yeah, I will open it up. Sorry. Actually forgot.
Ooh, shiny.
Hi, Pinky. Hoi hoi. Pinky is still ill. Oh shit, so a bit slow. Oh god. Hope you get better soon, Pinky. Oh. Amatsu isn't super hard, but it's a cinematic fight. Oh. I guess the hard one is supposed to be the reason Shagaru? Question mark? But then that one needs like MR 180, so I guess. Just something to customize the player appearance, something functional. Yeah, but is it like that? Does it preserve the human face, like Steve's face, or is it like change your appearance entirely to a dragon? It's a huge difference to me anyway. Recent Shaggy, on the other hand, is quite spammy and annoying. Motherfucker giving me medium block impact with guard file. medium guard impact with guard 5? Shit. Rather just don't block then. Maybe Shagaru Magalashi is like there to shit on those who place lands. It's like, oh, you like blocking? Oh, well, there goes your blocking. Gosh, I'm excited. Yeah, hope you recover quickly, Pinky. Same. Had to hug him to death. Well, I did take a break for the past 2 days, right? I should say I should mention. This Thursday I went to my friend's house, my most trusted friend at least, and then had a bit of a talk with him. Feels good. Right, actually makes me feel much better. And we had a bit of a heart-to-heart talk as well. It's like, because I did tell him that I've been really mentally unstable. So I was like, do you have any idea on what's going on? Like, or like any insights? And then they told me everything, and then it's like we have a bit of an exchange of like problems and shit. And then at one point he told me about something that just kind of made me feel great. Semi spoilers, but the final monster coming is MR 200 requirement. Oh, fuck. Full appearance change. If a player wears armor, then the costume goes invisible. Oh, good. Okay. So he told me that because apparently my problem is that I really don't see value in myself. I mean that's what the talk that's what he can conclude after having a chat with me for like 2 hours straight, I guess. So yeah, he mentioned that I really don't see myself as valuable. I like he told me straight up that from what he knows or what he heard from me, he said that I hate myself immensely and I do not take care of myself at all. And I do not see value in myself. So it's like, I guess I think I kind of feel that one a little bit, but I don't know if that's true. I honestly have no idea, but then they changed my perspective a little bit. I was like, maybe I should... Leon! Leon! Help me! Help me, Leon! I will become Ashley. Hi, Leon. Seeing value in oneself is stupidly difficult. It's very hard. Very, very hard. The mega boobs. Oh my god. What is that thumbnail? Why is that thumbnail? Leon, what is that thumbnail? You want to get me TOS? Trying to find a plain biome that is decent looking village nearby if possible with the copy that would do something. Ooh. I don't know if I'll get TOS, but hey. The fucking thumbnail. It literally says not safe for work, Leon. I will cry. Yeah, booba. You know what? I'm already showing my booba. It's fine. It's hella funny. Don't worry about it. Everything's gonna be fine. Alright? Everything's gonna be okay. Also, I will disable most of the rewards once I started playing Monster Hunter Rise. Booba. This one's so nice. I already bought this one and I bought the sticker pack as well. Did it show? Did it show that I bought them? No? Oh, nope. Oh, there it is. Narix got mod speeds? Yeah, Narix is cheating. Narix is cheating. Shall we hunt? I'm gonna solo them first. Clifford Dove? Hello neighbor, hi. Neighbor, are you... Did you change your name?
This or not? It says I love gaming. Yes, I can watch it. Okay, all right, let's see it.
Can you watch it now?
I'm hearing the friend's orders.
Oh!
Oh my!
It's dangerous outside.
Oh my!
Jesus.
What do we do?
Like... What?
Bro, there's no way that would have happened.
That is so
Wait, can she
heavy.
fit through? Oh my god.
Oh, you did? Okay, okay. Hi, hi. Been a while.
Jesus.
It's okay, I've got you.
Oh no, Leon's gonna die.
Bro, if this doesn't end with that atom bomb clip, I'm gonna be so unhappy.
Oh my god. God damn.
Oh my god.
God damn, dude.
Trust me.
Wow.
Trust me. Oh, this is...
Isn't science great?
Goodbye,
This
Leon.
is amazing.
It's nice knowing you. Like, chainsaw. Chainsaw doesn't kill you, but this is
Okay,
gonna
good.
kill.
Not exactly what I expected, but this was good enough.
Yeah, that's good
This
enough.
is why, by the way, this is why PC is better than console.
Yeah. This is why. This is definitely why. PC has the power of mods. Have you seen the power of mods? Let me show you. Leon! I can't. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. Dude, she is thick as fuck though. that is the mega THICC right now. I can't. Good gods, man, that is something else. Thanks, Leon. Leon! I'm gonna play Monster Hunter Rise. I can't wait. But before that, I need to revert myself to 2D. Because my PC will die if I use 3D and play Monster Hunter Rise at the same time. Proven multiple times. Okay, let me see. This one doesn't work. Pause. Yeet. Pause. This one. Pause. Oh yeah, there's something happened. I just did some simple change to the moisturize. Now you can spam buckets at me. probiotic moisturizers there. But once I become 2D, that will not happen then. It will just remind me to drink. Well, ouch, yeah, ouch doesn't work. Yeah, I'm gonna hunt after 1v1 Amatsu. Oh, this one doesn't work. Why are you spamming buckets? I'm not gonna drown. I'm gonna drown. Skin me doesn't work. Hypnosis doesn't work. There's so many buckets. Stress testing. Oh, the bucket should be okay-ish, I think, because it is a built-in thing in VTuber Plus. So hopefully it's not as intensive. It doesn't feel like it anyway. Maximum jank doesn't work. Oh yeah, also I updated a little bit, so in the future, in the very near future, as in tomorrow, you guys will be able to just like redeem Snake again, because I do miss my Snake coming back. They're not stress testing the bucket? What else could they be stress testing? Drowning me? I would do a little bit of thing like, once you redeem Snake, it would change to Snake. Yep. I do miss Snake, so that's why. So I already set up 2 different cameras for the Snake. When more than one happens, oh, you want to spam it? I think I can help with that. How do I spam things? Like very fast. That's as fast as I can do it. Drink. Oh, so many water. I feel mega clean. I can even show you what happens when we use the frame perfect macro for it. Frame perfect macro. That sounds kind of scary. Okay, so I'll revert myself to 2D for now. It seems that today it has a lot of drop frames. Kind of sad. Frame perfect. It's just frame. It's almost like in Tekken we have just frame alternate F4. Happened to me once. I love gaming. You know, I'm saving this for scientific reasons. I'm saving that for scientific reasons. Macro, I thought March was over. Macro much? I don't think. Huh? Sorry, I got confused. Okay, let me close this. I think if I close VTuber Plus, and then if I close VC Face as well, and then I open up, I should be a co, I think. Yeah. this is low effort GiftTuber. Thank you very much. It's just using my existing emote to use it. Oh, look at that blab though. Oh my god. Oh, I need a blab emote. That's so good. Notes. I mean, the lurk is, you know what? Maybe this counts as pseudo blab. Guy, I need a more emphasis on blab though. Yeah, I can have a blab in the lurk. The blab is too small. Maybe I need to modify that in the future. It's okay. I can open up Monster Hunter Rise for now. I'm gonna play. That was 16 minutes already? Shit. Alright, here we go. Oh yeah, I bought 2 DLCs. I bought the sticker pack and the music. Also, I played Deep Rock Galactic last night as kobolds. Oh god, it's so good. And then Leon's like, why you rockin' stonin'? Oh, also, I think I should mention that I already what do I want to say again? Oh yeah, I reread the game archives in the mod manager already. So hopefully the mods all will be working as intended. I hope. I'm probably gonna be here for a while because last played was February 8th, I think. It's been 2 months since I last played this game, so hey, I might get crushed by Amatsu. I have to look at the bright side now. Oh god. I should just open this up last night. Doesn't getting crushed make things dark? That makes sense. I mean, I guess it does. But it's worth if it's a dragon. I can't. The more I stream, the more unhinged I get. I feel like the more I feel like anything dragons, I'm in. Give it to me, thanks. You know, I've been following Cobalt posting on Twitter lately. Well, for a while, and everything they say is so adorable. Like this one, Cobalt staring intensely with hugely dilated eyes at a very tiny mushroom. Hugely dilated eyes. I cannot. Oh. And a tiny mushroom. God, it's so Cobalt. It'll be more of a warm darkness. Yeah, it's a good kind of darkness. Get hit by Zinogre, worth it. Zinogre is not really a dragon. It's more of a bubble. I would much rather get hit by Malzeno. Hi, Rollins. Oh, it's been so long. Can I maximize the heckin' graphics? Is it possible to maximize the graphics so that my PC? I'm just gonna proper. Okay, the mod works good. Still love the popper. Still love the popper a lot. Oh my god, there's so many things. One quick about the problem you have. Me thinks me as that too. I see no reason for me to be anywhere. I never think I add anything to any group. Pretty much have to force me today to be here, for example. Honestly, yeah, I feel that one. But know that you're always welcome here, Pinky. At least for me, you're always very welcome. Very, very. Here, let's change music. Oh, it's this one? Gotta love a good popper, I know, right? Where's the chill version of music? Oh wait, I think I need to get it. I need to get it, I forgot. Auto save, please. Oh wait, did I change this? I forgot I changed the music to Velcana. Don't worry about it. Ah, see, accept all. Everyone getting hugs now? Hell yeah. There it is. Fortress of Turmoil? Oh. You know what? I'm so glad I bought these. I'm not even gonna complain. There we go. Oh yeah, my stickers. Oh, it's so good. God, I love that. Legs hugging one of your front claw limb. Hey, that a hug's a hug, Narix. What is Kezu? Why am I using Kezu? Why am I using light bow gun? No. Okay, we start from this. Guy, I don't remember how to play this game anymore. I guess you have to excuse me. It's been 2 months. Alright, it's been 2 months. I'm probably very shit at this game currently. You guys looking at the screen tearing? You fighting Dildo? I mean Kezu? No lah, I'm here to fight Amatsu. Tiny hugs, but you're great. Tiny hugs are great too. Any hugs I appreciate. Facing off would be my first guess for any tearing. Probably. Oh yeah, I just realized Malsino has new drip. Let Malsino wear clothing? Oh god. V-Sync, huh? Probably a display. Oh, you're right. Yeah, this... Yeah, it looks much better. Elder Fugen? I assume this is Amatsu, right? Alright, let's go to Fugen. How do I teleport again? Oh, it's hold. Oh my god, I have to hold shift. Well, not shift. I seriously forgot about everything. I'm scared. How do I even play this game anymore? It's not the type of game to suffer from input delay like a Fighter Z does. True. There you are, scored. Urgent message from Utsushi for ya. An elder dragon known as Amatsu has reared its ugly mug. What? Shut up, Fugen. Amatsu is great. Amatsu, that cursed creature, doesn't intend to destroy my second home as well now? Droxbeard, Amatsu is the foul beast that destroyed my home and robbed us of our precious queen. Oh, shut up. Amatsu is great. Should go do a warm-up hunt? Sure. If there's one thing you won't have forgotten, it's your fighting spirit. True. I got that dedication. The queen being Lady Yomogi's mother. I believe I mentioned this previously when you came to me seeking Tadori. That nightmare was so long ago, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. As the city fell apart around us, the queen entrusted her baby girl to me as her final wish. I'm about to sit on Droxen. Hey, I'm not gonna complain. I'm not gonna complain. Oh god. She told me to take the child and flee and to protect her forever. And so you ended up here in Kamura, and you barely made it too. Never seen someone so beat up and cut up like that. Lady Yomogi knows nothing of this. I still don't know whether I should tell her or not. But now it's not the time to be worrying about that. I must slay that cursed beast that took everything from me, from Yomogi. Fred, can I let you do that, old friend? But when Ruth not Elder Fugen, after what the rampage has made you suffer, surely you of all people can understand? Oh, I understand, alright. Going under a monster with your fist all balled up is gonna cause more suffering than it will solve. It's getting hard to speak, I don't know why. If your name is Rockspeed, are you a pirate? Yar? I be pirate matey. I can't. How do you speak pirate?
ARRRRRRRRRRRRUWUR.
Oh, wait, what? Sending Utsushi along for backup? What? I only need one? Makes sense being a kobold and all. Probably. I'm a pirate kobold. Oh, I miss this music. Oh, I forgot how good this music is. Oh god. If pirate bought an item with it, is the item considered pirated? No? That is legally bought. Legally bought item.
Yar har, me mateys. Batten down the hatches, we be setting sail for monsties.
Yar har me mateys? Also mateys, right. Batten down the hatches? I think I heard that from Bugs Bunny. We'd be setting sail for monsties. New switch skill. Tackle. Tackle? Alright, I'm just gonna fight Amatsu first thing. I'm probably gonna die, it's okay. The DJ mix one? Each to their own personal taste, I believe. I'm more into like this one. I seriously forgot how to play this game. I'm a little bit terrified. Good, you know what? Good. This is good. Makes you sleep? Fair enough. Whoa. Leon, you ready to watch me getting crushed? I'm probably gonna get crushed, I'm pretty sure. Yeah? Homura no kago? Am I your kago now? I go sit on my stomach. Should I take a shit? Okay. If you're rerunning for Dragon's Fire, oh yeah, sure, definitely. I most likely want to make the armor. Most likely. It depends on how the armor looks because I never seen Amatsu before. Alright, here we go. That sounds different. Why does that sound different? Oh, it's back. Oh, I love this so much. Oh my god. Dude, that is so hot looking. I'm sorry, I have to. Oh, more cutscene? Oh, hi. Are you supposed to be here? Yomogi.
ここは危険です。早く戻って。
私が止めなきゃ行くんでしょ。
分かってください。あの竜だけは撃たねばならんのです。これはあなたにとっても。
影郎さん。
さらばです。どうかお元気で。
影郎さん。ありがとう。茶屋を一緒に作ってくれて、お仕事のやり方いっぱい教えてくれて。
I don't think the game is gonna hit me with such feels. Your face? Oh shit! Is this? This is Monster Hunter, like, first actual good story writing. Like, actual good writing? Oh shit! That's good. That is actually good story. Short as it may be, it's good. Shit. Hopefully the game isn't too loud. If it is, tell me. I feel like just now the story part was kinda loud. Do a BBQ? I don't have raw meat though, let me go get it. Seems good? Alright, good. Okay, how do I get... Oh, it's... Oh my god. Is this like old school sound? It sounds more older. Trust? Alright. Oh! It is! Chōzō ni nakimashita. Oh my god! It's the old music! I was right! I was like, the music is a little bit like all the sound is from the old games. And I was like, oh shit! Oh, that's so good though. These are legacy sound effects. That's why I'm so hyped about it. Oh, it reminds me of like I can Monster Hunter 2 times. Yoink Turtle. Yeah, in the style of old. What turtle can be yoink? Oh, is Amatsu turtle? Ready to die? Yeah, I'm ready. Oh, turtle, this one. Oh, oh, that's so good. All right, let's go. Oh. Oh.
Ahoy, mateys. Meet Droxebeard, the cutest kobold pirate on the high seas. She's feared by monsters and sailors alike, and their ship, the Draker Noir, is the fastest and most nimble vessel in all the 7 seas, or however many seas the Monster Hunter planet has.
Oh? Back R2, okay. Back R2. Oh fuck, how do I use Switch X? I don't remember. Shit, it looks so good though. Can I? No, how do I take a picture again? Wait. Shit. Oh yeah, okay, wirefall. I'm pretty sure I can cut the tail. Wow, Utsushi, you suck. Here, let me touch you. Looks very tame so far. To be fair, the fight just started. Yeah, I'm slowly getting my muscle memory back. Oh, wirefall, I have wirefall. Okay, I have wirefall. It's moving around a lot. Okay, I'm slowly remembering the combos. I'll take it. Oh, I'll take it. Oh. Why a 4 check just now? Shit. What, it looks so good? Oh shit. All good. All's good. Oh, everything's. I'm stunned. Everything's good. I have the turtle. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is happening? Is it aiming for me? Wait a minute. I'm sorry? That is so good? Oh, that's so good though. Oh, I'm missing a lot of chat. Hi, SC. I don't know if Switch X is a good idea, but I'm keeping the Switch X. Oh yeah. I don't think I have free meal here. Oh, I'm blocking the item usage, I forgot. Oh, wait. Ah, see, if I put myself here, I'm not blocking the item usage. You guys can see what I'm choosing, what I'm using, and stuff. All good, all good. Right? Ah, okay, I'm not blocking much anymore. Switch is okay. When he floats around can latch. True. I'll try. Most cheat of the melee. I mean, yeah lah, because Amatsu is just like floating around and then you have heckin' circus going on. Oh, too late. I think I can try to fish for counters as well. Hello, I'm 10 miles away from you. I don't understand the move still. I still don't understand the move. Everything's fine, don't worry about it. There it is. Oh, I forgot. Ah! Ooh, okay, so I have to wire fall there. Oh, got him. What? What the hell? I mean, I tried. Bad idea. Oh, double. No. Headset, hi. Give me a second. Thank you for the raid, headset, hi. Sorry, let me fight this thing a little bit. God, it's been 2 months, I don't have to play this game anymore. What were you playing? What were you playing? Hi, Marduk. Oh boy. I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna keep going. Everything is fine. Marduk, thank you for the follow as well. Ah, not fast enough. What were you playing? I didn't see. Oh god. Oh boy. I'm just gonna do it. Wartails? Pretty sleepy right now. Oh. It's okay if you need, definitely take care of yourself. I'm sorry, I'm just like fighting this thing currently. But how was Wartails? Uh-oh. Gosh, I love the— oh! Oh, he looks so damn good, I'm gonna cry. Another one? Oh, okay. Oh shit. Oh. I mean, I have to. Another one. Oh my god. Alright. Oh my god. Oh. Okay. Huh. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. It's still a fish. Fish buff. Fish buff. Let's go. Oh, fish OP. Oh. Oh, too late. Damn, it looks so good. Did they... I don't know if it's just me, but it feels like they updated the visual of the game a little bit. Nice. I don't understand. I'm doing it. I'm waiting for it. Oh. I regret my decision and my deeds. Oh. Oh fuck! Help. I require immediate aid. I'm stunned. Oh, so good. Whoa. Uh-oh. All good, all good. Got him. Oh, is it down? Get the tail! I didn't think it's gonna get down. And I didn't get a hit. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Oh, I got one hit easy. Come here, doggo. If I didn't own the banner, I'd say you want to be swept by your feet by a dragon. Don't call me out. I mean, what? Oh, that's a new thing. What do you mean? What do you mean? Did I do it? I don't know why I did. Ooh, the Beyblade, alright. Eee. Oh, that's the Eschaton Judgment? No wonder my health is all in red. That makes sense. I mean, good. Whoa! I'm staying inside. I tried. Ooh, nice. Ay, too late. I was getting ready to. I'm fine. I might be dead. It's fine. What the fuck? What the fuck? Uh-oh.
待たせたね。この子に協力してもらって奥の手を使うよ。
Oh. Wait. That's Thunderlord. What the fuck? Why is Thunderlord here? Oh shit. What's going on? I'm probably missing some lore here. Wait, Xenogirl, wait. That's a Thunderlord, isn't it? Shoryuken? Ooh. Oh damn, that looks so good. Oh, oh shit. Oh, there goes the tail, easy. Oh, that's an apex? Oh, that is sick. That is so good. It's a new move, isn't it? No, that doesn't work. It does work actually. Why didn't I wait for it? Oh, help! Too late. Yeah. Oh shit. Everything's fine. I actually don't know how this works, but it looks cool. That is even cooler. Oh, look who's down! Nah, I tried. Going in. I cheated. I'm cheating. Get him! Woohoo! Oh. I'm dodging. Kinda. Oh! Oh! That last dodging? Shit, man. Oh. Oh god, the fight is so fucking good. I'm at the verge of crying. I'm at the verge of crying. I really am. Let's go, huzzah! Shit, it's so good. I'll read the chat afterwards. I'm pretty sure I missed like a bunch of chat. Only 3 times? Oh shit. Can we capture Amatsu? Oh, 2 times sale. Yeah, god. I mean, the fight is not hard by all means. I was pretty bad at dodge it and everything, but towards the end, I dodge everything with wire bug. That is cool. But I think this one is more on their take on trying to write a story, like very close. Write a story for Amatsu, with their lore and everything. I think, and they did it. It's actually really fucking good. Like, I think it's safe to say I don't see any very story-driven monster hunting action like this. There's story going on while we hunt. I think that's really fucking good. Oh yeah, I should read the lore. Like what the lore? Took care of Amatsu and avenged Kagero's home? Master Droxbeard. Being reckless and letting anger get to the battlefield? Yeah, I mean it happens. Your princess? Try to ignore me? Wow. Can't remember being a baby and stuff happening around me. Wow. Violated the other day? Sentry must have dropped it? The steel in the front had been opened and I could see some of the writing. I didn't mean to read it, but I just sort of did. Whoa. Of course I'm sad about everything I lost about Kaigyo. I'm alright, feel happy every single day. What? Well, the story here is okay lah, but I think they were focusing on the fight. The fight's writing and the pacing and just the things happening around it's really good. And they put lore into it as well. The Xenogre, right? Nice. All right, that's Amatsu. It's short. It's short but sweet. Kagero's face was that determined since base run. People is so thirsty for hidden things. The original story of Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, the Xenogre was chased out of their mountain homes by Amatsu, which ended up resulting in Yukumo village being threatened by their presence. Also, you're normally unable to wyvern ride an Apex, which is why you're riding alongside Utsushi. Oh, double ride. God, I have to share? I cannot believe it. Oh yeah, I didn't even do my usual raid thing. I know it's like late as fuck, but let me do a proper shout out. God, I feel bad. Thanks for raid again, headset. Here. Hope you have good rest. Take care of yourself. If you're still here. You know, I should probably do my usual raid thing as well. So welcome in everyone from the raid. My name is Tira. I'm a kobold. I do a bunch of games. I do art occasionally. I play variety of games. That's pretty much it. I do play a bit more fighting games than usual. So yeah, I love Tekken. If you repeat the hunt with Utsushi as a follower, you always get Apex Xenogre. If he isn't there, other followers or multiplayer hunts, you get a different surprise. Oh, okay. Oh, I want to see the armor. Calamity no longer looms above. Amatsu is quite powerful monster. For some potent weapons. Makes suit by attacks more powerful? Oh? Oh? And this Switch X doesn't look as good. Heavenly Dragon's Fire. Oh boy, here we go. Here we fucking go. Dragon's Fire. My bane of existence. It's shiny. It doesn't want to give me shiny. I remember this so well. It took me 2 months to get a Dragon's Fire from Geisbergerm. Oh, this looks good. Innate Silkbind boost, 10% bonus. Oh, that's pretty good. Guess what's the new BIS Greatsword? BIS? BIS? Oh wow, look at that. Best in slot. I can see my Amatsu. Yep. Yep, definitely. It's probably gonna take another 2 months for me to get a single Dragon's Fire. You guys were there too. Like Leon was there, Narix was there, even Pukan was there. It's like, fuck, I can't even get Dragon's Fire. And you guys is like, oh, I got Dragon's Fire. I will cry. I will actually cry. Oh, Sword Shield though? That's a weird Sword Shield. Is that Jade? That's a Jade. DP? Oh, that's not bad. Come, let us help. Oh, armor. Tempest? Evade window? Oh. Heaven Sent. Activates when not taking damage for a while during combat with a large monster. We are knocked back or stray too far away from the monster. Decreases damage once and reduces stamina consumption while active. Performing a switch skill swap SSS, we recover sharpness and reload ammo. Reduce time until activation. Also nullify stamina and sharpness consumption. What? Performing a switch skill swap remove or reduces status ailments. That's good. Wait, that's fucking good. Nullify stamina and sharpness consumption. The skill activates. 15 seconds, 30 seconds. Wow, that's a little bit hard though. Yeah, double this skill. I mean, I'm thinking bow. I'm actually thinking bow. Because it entirely nullifies stamina, or double as well. Shit! Gonna get some sleep. It's almost 2:30. Have a wonderful stream. Thank you, Lex. Baba Booey. It's getting spammed. Hi, Brian. Sorry about that. I don't know how to change that. I cannot disable it. It's okay. I'll read it for you. Booey. Hope you're doing good, Brian. It gives damage reduction and constitution at level 1. SSS sword reloads plus uses a white stone sharpen. I want to make this armor. How does it look? I'm sorry, but it looks like shit. I hate it. God. I mean, I guess maybe just like, yeah, maybe just take that. Never try you get infinite sharpness and infinite stamina. Yeah, SSS sword is like Nulberry.
I would like to see the kobold absolutely destroy wildlife.
I did it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do more of it. Maybe if I like. Yeah, this is not bad, right? Why are you judging me? It looks okay. It doesn't strike me as like, wow. Yeah, go turn on the Malzino mod. Oh, you want to do this? New very steady rampage deco. Shockproof. Disable damage reaction when you hit a friend or when a friend hits you. Who as a hammer main complain too much? Who as a hammer main complains so much they willed this decoration into existence? The hammer mains willed this decoration into existence. It's like, I cannot believe I'm charging and then people just keeps hitting me. And then they're shocked and sober. Thank you, game. Thank you. Now hammer mains rejoice. Hammer mains rejoice as you have shockproof now. Oh, I had embolden. The lens one is silly. Oh, rampage, right? Oh, there it is. Guard bash. Deals blunt damage to a monster when blocking an attack with the guard switch skill without taking too much knockback. Huh? So you block and then you do blunt damage? What the f? Stupid! You're cheating! It's fun to launch your friends to EA. I know, right? But maybe not the serious hunt, I guess. Hi, make large. You're too nice. You're too nice. I hope you are doing good. It does like 100 damage per hit. It does KO damage. God damn. Just play Lance then. Induce stun when hit a monster with a charge attack. Oh. Demon Rage. DP. Oh. Oh. Oh, is this why you say DP don't need the heaven sent? Okay. Attacking defense increase as the time pass one on the quest. Maximum is reached after 20 minutes. Oh. Extend duration you can keep on way back by 30 seconds. Cool. I might actually go for this one. It's like the most general good one, I guess. To me anyway. Yeah. If you get in the way, the hammer will move you out of the way. But yeah, when the monster is down, hammer is the one that suffers the most. Can people still hit Big Bang out? Like when the hammer main is doing like the Big Bang? You know, the bonk 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 bonk? Can people still hit Big Bang out? Because in World it does happen a lot. Shockproof. I can't. Oh god. Shockproof works both ways, but it's not a brace. So shockproof is like people cannot hit me and I cannot hit people. It's like a mutual respect then. Okay lah, good lah. Like for serious hunts, I guess that's pretty important. You cannot flinch your allies with attacks and cannot be flinched by allies. But because it is embraced, you can still do setups. And can smack it off sleep para stun. Oh, that's good. Majestic. Is that majestic though? It's it's more like 3 levels flinch free from Monster Hunter World. I guess something like that. Some monsters like attack would now knock you. You win some, you lose some, huh? It's only fair. Oh! Oh wait, maybe, yeah, why not? I mean, I'm gonna hunt this a lot now. Wait, just... Oh, I should just make layer armor. Nah, it's okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Nah, it's worth. I'm telling you, it's worth. Oh! Oh! It's a noodle! Oh my god! Oh! Oh my god! Oh my Breathe. Everything's fine. Oh, I need Velkana and Amatsu then. Oh, that looks so damn good. I'm gonna cry. Rip Pupper, yeah, bye-bye Pupper. You're cute, but you're not dragon. How do I change again? Here. There we go. Can I change color? Oh. Oh, it's just changing the... That's okay. Oh, changing the clothes. Okay. I mean, fair lah. I don't want to change too much as well. Here, I have purple. Oh. Oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Huh. Barking Bell? Let them sleep, I guess? Why not? Oh, Ibuki has it. Okay. I can get the basket. A dragon with a basket? I'll take it. I'm so inclined of getting 2 of these. It's flying too. Can I ride you? Yes! Oh my god, it looks so jank, but I love it. Is it farming time? Yeah. Oh, do I need to make a room as well? I forgot. Sorry. Nanti dulu ah. Are we staying in Kamura? I'll create a lobby. Passcode. Create. Eating up partner. 1028 as always. Oh, I'm MR 225? When? Oh, then I can fight Shagaru Magalala. No big deal, no big deal. Wow, Narek super speed. What the fuck? How do you even get HR 999? What the? Oh, Leon is higher level than me. Leon bully. Oh my god. I'm playing semi-casually. You do not. do not even try. That's not casual. I mean, to be fair, I'm 500. I'm no better. I'm already HR 800 plus. Okay lo. Okay lo. Stay my casually, yeah. Where's your Malzino costume, huh? It's like no costume, no entry. My god. God, it's been 2 months. I can't believe I first tried Amatsu though. McDarcher man, hi. You're far? Yeah, I did start this quite a long time ago. What are those swings? I want them. Is that modern Mozino? These are mods. Like, oh, Mozino? Yeah. This is a mod. You just need to put on Mozino's armor. And then you have this. I do have other ones though. I have Naga. Naga and Luna Garen, I think. Let me look see. Naga is special, I think? Oh, there it is, black belt. There. Oh, my PC dead. There. That's the Naga. Then Luna Garen, I think I have this one. Here. Yeah, I think I only have these 3. So pretty, I know. The tail physics are retained. Yeah. It's so well made. Yeah, Luna Garen is a little bit jank. Also, if you want, you can just add some, like, some clothing. You could add them. They will look kind of jank, but it works. Usually it's just like the coil and also the gloves. Jank. Look at that. Slobby up on the Twitch chat? I mean, I'm here to farm Amatsu. Amatsu. Maybe not. I'm just like bringing 2 of my friends here. Yeah, new content. It's the new Tenno Update 5. Stupid like Falcon. Oh, so the previous one then. Yeah, I'm just trying to farm Amatsu armor now. I just hope that it doesn't take me another 2 months to get a single Dragon's Fire. Nine, help. Oh, I'll scream at your face. I'll scream. How fast do you want me to speed or play normally lah? It's okay, you can play normally. Like yeah. Just play to your own pace. No, goodbye, I don't want to spoil Amatsu. Oh, that's fair. Sorry, but yeah, if you want, you could totally lurk. Good luck with hunts. Thank you. Good luck with your hunt. Good luck with your hunts as well, McDodgerman. Let's go. Oh, I'm using Switch X. I forgot. Nah, Switch X is fine. If you're fast, You ride up the wire bug with Amatsu. You mean I can ride Amatsu? I'll just go in immediately lah. I can neutral. I feel beefy thanks to you, my broski. I forgot I put that one in. Thanks, my broski. Counter. I love how he's just like staying right outside of the Harvest Moon. I don't care. Wow, I'm dying. Woohoo. I'm in a little bit of pain, like just a little bit. Oh, whoa, mama. Nice. That was fast. I don't care. What? Explosion! What is that? Oh, okay. Woo. I'm okay. I have fish. Oh wow, nice. Tail. Oh, is it pissed already? Wow, that's fast. Got him! Yep. Woohoo! I'm out of firebugs. Ooh. Oh, I need to sharpen my blade. My knife. Come here, dragon. Oh, I forgot what this is. Oh, I remember what this is. Ow, okay. No, Narix! Why are you using a steering wheel? I'm stunned. Uh oh. This is what I would say, tolong pukul saya. Ooh, nice. Ooh, whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Damn. Oh, I forgot how to dodge this one. Escalate Judgment, right? Oh, Leon! Leon! Everything is fine, don't worry. We still got this. This game easy. Uh-oh. I think I recognize this. Oh, I forgot about the tail. Ah, yeah. I was so into cutting it. Give. Oh god. Oh. It's not Zinogre, right? Oh. Oh my god, it's Nadix! Wow, it's Nadix! Hi, Michiko Girl Anime. It's your boy? Get him, Leon, get him. Get him. Oh, nice! Don't worry about this. I'm not doing anything. Oh! I got the Dragon's Fire! I win! I got the Dragon's Fire! I'm not cursed anymore! I don't need 2 months to get one single Dragon's Fire! My curse has been lifted! Judge? Oh no, why am I getting judged? I think I can get him. Oh, I can. Okay, nice. Oh, I'm dead. Goodbye, world. Oh, I'm gonna vomit. Oh, Leon. I love this fight. Dude, I got Dragon's Fire. The combat curve was acceptable. The combat curve. Yeah, I'm glad I carved because I got Dragon's Fire out of it. Guys, I got Dragon's Fire though. The game froze. Oh, I forgot. Actually, you guys want the Discord? I think it would be great. Question mark? I mean, that is if you guys wanna. Here, let me just lower the game's voice a little bit. Oh shit! I forgot the game does that. Sorry. Wait, Hi.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Your volume. Let me just.
Oh, am I super loud?
It's on my end.
It's okay. I can be louder for you.
No, it's fine.
Wait, what? Why is my not showing? Hmm?
Our PNG not showing, is it?
Oh, why are you guys so small?
Oh, it's okay. Small, eat less space, man.
Okay,
Yeah.
I be small with you guys lah. See?
Don't need lah. It's okay lah.
No. See? We all small together.
I still not used to playing with 4-wire bugs.
It's okay.
So trying to learn how to play 4-wire bugs.
Wait, you get four wire bugs?
Yeah, I'm playing with 4-wire bugs.
Apa fuck? Macam mana? Yeah,
get
guess.
used to it.
Oh yeah, I should. You know what? Let me do this real quick. Haha, you guys cannot stop me. I have the power.
What?
Hey,
Yeah.
hey.
Yeah. That's right.
Why?
Mm. See?
お待ちしておりました。
Disgust.
Wow. No disgusting na.
いってらっしゃいませ。
I'm still gonna use Switch X. Switch X seems good like against Amatsu.
Yeah, Switch is is okay.
You guys stream? Yeah, they stream.
No. I used to lah. So it's been a while.
Yeah, they both used to stream.
さて、準備できたよ。
Oh wait, why am I bringing trap? You know what? I'm bringing trap. Why not? I'm going to put shock trap.
I'm pretty sure I didn't want to cry. Thing.
Switch X would have been much more than me suffering trying to hit the fucker with SNS. I think SNS okay leh. If you bring the jumping attack one.
A lot of your hits cannot hit because of the way he floats
True lah.
with SNS. Yeah.
But I think I would just spam the wire skill. The one that jumps. I don't know what it's called.
Falling Shadow?
Maybe.
I guess.
But you do spend a lot of time trimming Amatsu's toenail. You're gonna give him some.
Ow. Okay, that's half my health already.
It's okay, I trust you.
Well, whatever, who cares.
Oh, can we use the cannon?
I use it.
Oh.
Hey,
Oh, it's reloading. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I used it already.
Oh, so fast.
Yeah, free 1000 damage. Take out.
Oh, okay.
hey, been a while since I last seen you on Amatsu. Someone sent it. Portable.
He was in GU what?
Was it?
Yeah, he's in GU.
What? I have to get very quick.
Oh, double.
The game done froze.
Amatsu is too strong for you.
Shut up. Oh, you have to play so hard to get. Oh, God.
I mean, dragons are hard to get.
Uh-huh. Sure. Oh. Why are you freezing? My game froze? Oh, yeah, it is. Don't worry about it. Anyway.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Ooh, He-Man!
Yeah lah, blame Droxen for playing Embolden lah.
What?
Monster stare at him, angry.
Wait, what embolden do?
That's what it does lah. It makes the monster enrage faster.
Oh shit. Why I didn't know.
Well,
I
now
see.
you know.
Yeah, now I know. Later I changed that.
Oh, yeah, it's okay lah. It's fine.
Oh, why are you moving your tail?
Oh, enrage now.
Uh-oh.
Or
Phase 2 liaos.
Wow, itchy.
fast! Damn, you're too good.
Narik's OP.
Ah, just play like Bugan or Brain Dead.
Wow.
You see the damage? You see the damage?
Yo,
So
35,000.
scary.
Oh, damn.
Oh, Embolden good. Embolden feels good.
Oh, this is stupid! My god. Oh, fucking dragon pushed me all the way at the edge.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, can I not get fucking Dragon Wind pressured?
How do you make that stop? Oh, there it is.
No!
No, Leon!
Dude! Fucking this game.
Just time your max pusher harder.
Don't use steering wheel.
How dare this game?
Your game froze, is it?
No, I pressed it already, the button. It didn't work. I don't know why. I hate it.
Yeah, you need to you actually need to wire back first.
Wire back and then can stop mid-air.
But you cannot double jump.
Okay.
It's okay,
Yeah, the moment you double jump, you cannot hang.
It's okay, I blame the game. Oi.
Oops. Yeah, intrepid hard. Yeah, made me eat 2 hits of that.
No wonder your health gone. Ooh.
perfect.
Wait, why did I cancel after one shot?
Who is it this time? Oh,
It'll always be him. If you don't bring Utsushi along.
Oh, it'll always be Baruki lah.
no.
Mhm.
No, my grab. Fun.
Someone stole your grab.
Okay.
I want tail. I want tail.
I want to
think-
break everything this guy has.
He's not a very friendly projectile fight. Actually. He's only good projectile hit zone is the face, nowhere else.
Oh. Oh, I thought that I jumped.
So what did you do?
I forgot what this
think
is.
Oh. Oh, wait.
Oh shit. I think I'm alive. I'm not alive, I think. I'm still flying. Don't worry about it. Thank you.
Oh, I'm being targeted by lightning.
Wow, so nice. Special attention. Oh, lightning! Oh my god. Watch. Oh my god, this thing again.
Whoa.
Are you close to breaking the tail?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Just trying to get the tail. But it's moving around too much.
Exactly.
It's like dying already, so I'll just change.
All like that. Oh. Oh wow.
I'm alive. I'm alive.
That coughing. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, you mad at me, bro? Bro. At least I'm not always constantly being targeted. Like previously. Oh,
Good times.
oh, no.
Good times.
Not good time. Bad time.
Oh.
Let's consume him.
Oh,
Okay, I got it.
nice. Wow, nice. Stonk, stonk. Oh. Wow, speed run, eh? Oh, you guys OP, yeah.
You guys are beer. What is that then?
Hmm? What?
It's not Narik's bullying.
Oh, it's okay. You can play like rapid fire or pierce fireball and be fine also.
Let's go 3 bowls. We see who dies first.
The tail.
Du-du-du-du.
So nice, eh?
Du-du-du-du.
Oh, that works. Ah, yeah, no Dragon's Fire.
How many do you want?
Beginner's luck.
12?
My first 3 hunt I got 1 from each.
I cry. I mean, at least I got one now. Okay, now.
Wow.
No more 2 months of farming, guys, Makurm.
Mm.
Oh yo.
Yo.
Oh yo, the hammer. Oh.
Negative 25. Huh?
King DDD.
Yeah.
Oh.
King DDD.
You know what? Me switch to Light Dragon.
You want to try?
You wanna try what?
He wants to try the high damage with Level Gun.
Oh yo. Then I try SNS. Let's go, SNS Ichi. I'll beat the shit out of Amatsu with my toothpick.
You're not wrong.
You need to use the toothpick skin to call it the toothpick.
Do people mods sword
No,
shield into
as
toothpick?
in the one of the Ratian sword and shield skins, because it's toothpick.
Oh wait, the Mausino one also look like toothpick. Eh?
Okay, also can.
Also can. Okay, I'm not using plushie weapon for now. Lah.
He's gonna use the button.
Yeah, falling shadow. I'll spam that shit.
Oh, as last one is also toothpick. Green color toothpick.
It's a toothpick.
Oh, anyway, let me see.
You see, I think I got weapon pause. No, I don't have weapon pause. I have cute pause if you want. Toothpick.
Wait, let me see. Let me see.
Toothpick.
Oh yeah, it does look like a toothpick. What the fuck? That's disgusting.
I go take quest first.
I think I like the Lunagaron sword and shield design the most.
How about Amatsu, which is like a jade?
Oh, it's a jade like sword.
Jade. It doesn't look sharp. It looks like it's gonna break
it looks
in
like
one hit.
you're bludgeoning someone because it's a piece of jade.
Or it's like jade's gonna break in one hit.
Maybe that's the point.
Oh. Is it why? Maybe that's why the one again, the critical is like minus 25%. What do you call them again? Affinity. Ah. Play too much dislike, everything become critical already.
Okay, so I expect Leon to be higher damage than me lah, huh?
What if I'm the highest damage?
Sus.
So okay. I show you falling shadow power. I forgot to eat.
Holy shit.
The power of falling shadow. Lai. Oh, what if I KO Amatsu?
Wow. Real
Go
shit.
go.
KO Amatsu with SNS. Hey, it's possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
Oh no, I don't have quick eat. Oh no, I drink potion like 10 years.
Gotcha.
Oh, I think I'm using the wrong gear. Wait a minute.
Ikan.
This is the wrong loadout.
It's okay, it's okay. We got Leon, I believe.
Wow.
Oh.
That head is so far away. My god. Come back here. Ooh.
And how the cannon's damage, right, is already making me catch up already.
You cheating.
You shit. Oh yeah, oh really is.
Yeah.
Damn. Hello, oh, you're aiming at me.
I'm not moving, I'm not moving.
Hello. Hey. Yeah. Stop aiming!
Oh, good times is coming back.
Okay.
Good
This
times.
is why
Oh, wow, so fast. I'm gonna run.
What's going on?
I don't know.
I can't even see the head. Where's the head? Oh. God
Yeah, if you manage to get him to sleep, right, he sleeps floating.
Oh, that's kinda cute.
damn. Hey yo. Stop. Aim Droxen.
Yeah, aim me. Where's my love? Oi. Wow. Oh, I should be getting tail. Oh.
So I didn't realize he's enemy.
I love how Amatsu never aims at me.
Do you have a
I'm doing like 19% damage.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Aiming
don't worry about
toenails.
it. Don't worry. Uh-oh.
Ah, stop pushing me back with your stupid dragon wing.
Wee.
my god.
Oh, that's almost cool.
Oh yo. Are you aiming at?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh.
Oh my god. What is this double tornado?
Okay, I can finally get my peak performance back.
All good, all good. Oh, I'm dead. I'm eating fish. Oh, let's go. Slightly too short, eh?
Slightly too short.
Oh, I can. Like who I want to sabo.
What? How dare?
Who I want to sabo. Victim picked.
Go ride your grab lah, haya.
Go.
I'm down. I cannot ride my grab.
Oh yeah. Why you like this? Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Why you
Ugh.
run out?
Oops.
I'm okay.
Hey.
Ooh.
Oh, I don't think I'm affected by this.
Well, I am.
Where is it aiming?
It aims at everyone, sort of.
I dodged it. Oh, pro gamer move.
Oh, it's supposed to go down. What?
Perform my attack. Oops.
Oh yo, I think I KO.
No,
Oh
no.
You KO, you KO.
That's the soup binder stopping me.
I thought falling shadow is OP.
Okay, I got it.
Nice.
Okay, time to go and fast caster back again.
Oh,
Oh, he died already.
wow. Hey, I got almost 20% eh. See, falling shadow not bad, huh?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
need
sure.
to keep spamming.
Let's go in there, huh?
Yeah. you have to trust in the toothpick.
But really, it looks like a fucking toothpick. Oh,
Yeah.
God.
It's so tiny. Look this. It's like a tiny. SNS can now. Just take some time, but possible.
Imagine you pogo jumping over Amatsu for 50 minutes.
Yeah. Spam falling shadow 20 minutes. I'm gonna try use like most weapon to fight. And definitely not like bowgun and heavy bowgun.
I try heavy bowgun. I don't think it's a very good match.
I just don't know how to play bowgun. I want to try bow.
Huh? There's not much to play with bowgun. You look at enemy, you click.
Yeah lah, but then there's like, oh, you use the circle thing, and then you shoot through the circle, you deal more damage and then more speed.
Yeah, that's heavy bowgun. Yeah.
There's like
bowgun to have.
so many things to look at. It's like, ooh. I just want bonk.
Oh, you're gonna play cheat.
Lie.
Oh, right.
Hmm?
Funny. Oh, wow. Poke, poke.
Wait, I don't have. Wait, why I don't have pierce up, huh? Oh wait, I have it.
Your PS up is only 2, I think. Yeah, your
Oh,
PS
yeah,
up
not
only
2
2.
only, oh. Macam mana? Oh. I don't have enough level 3 slot.
You can just use the slot you put the jumping jewel or.
Jumping, but jumping nice ball.
I don't know.
Can I? Can I? Two can I?
Kaya, got lightning. Kaya.
受付いたします。ご分を。
I still only have
Yeah.
one Dragon's Fire.
Yeah, floating dog. What? Is that dog floating?
Yeah, it's Amatsu's dog layered.
Dragon.
It's basically just an Amatsu but dog.
What? Why can't we fly too?
I know, right?
Well, not fly, just float. You know. Just...
I want both. So nice, eh? Oh, I forgot I need a coating.
Yeah, I can't play cheat EU also.
How to make power coating, ah?
You go to ammo and then you look for power coating.
Oh, ammo. Nitro shroom. Okay. Let me get nitro shroom. This is the most planning I ever done. Okay, nice. I win.
Yeah, you sure are.
Nice,
What about my
nice.
switch list? Is it helicopter? Oh, it's not helicopter.
let go. Oh, I forgot my copy. Yeah.
Copy.
My copy is still in plastic bag.
Oh.
Let me just leave an offering. Oh, I
I'm
cannot put,
invulnerable?
I cannot put shock trap here.
Ow.
Offering. Please don't hit me, I give you offering. Bo.
Oh, there's an active hitbox tag to that, huh?
You know, I'm doing some damage, eh?
What?
Okay.
What? Why you run away?
Oh. I'm being loved.
Yo, my god. That's a big slab of a leg. Hello? What? God damn. Go for someone else.
Even extend the level 3 or wow, a little bit painful.
Okay, I don't think this is working out for me.
Oh, what? Hey, yo.
Ooh.
What is he doing?
Oh.
Oh,
Oh yeah, you guys never actually got kena this before yet, right?
Yeah.
but that's fine. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. See, because I know use melee.
Fine. What the? Hey.
Whoa. A little bit painful.
Oh, his back already broken.
Wow.
Good thing I went out. Holy shit. Are you gonna do that? Is he gonna do that? He's not gonna do that. He's gonna do that. Wow! Hey yo! Rude.
I think I get over the fact that he's sitting behind me. Arui.
Why I'm in the middle of the storm, holy shit. How did I even survive that?
Well, finally.
Oh, he got paralyzed.
Whoa.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
He's resistant to it. Quite fast already go already. He's at the oh okay. I can jump past this.
Whoa.
Arui.
Eva extended level 3. Wow. Oh.
Wow! I'm lucky, I thought. Holy shit. If I didn't dodge it, I'll take all 3 thunder. Holy shit. Oh, it's that time? Yeah, it's that time.
Escaton?
Are we all hanging?
Oh.
I got flinch fee. I know what you're trying to do.
No, I was trying to look cool.
Oh.
Hey, you.
Yeah, look cool.
I mean, I jump from. Oh, whoa, whoa. How much meter was that? 2,000 meter above, and then jump down. Hit with arrow. It's like wow.
What do you call that? Lompat tinggi.
Ui, lompat tinggi. That should become a Olympic Lompat tinggi.
Oh yes. Wow! I jumped into the tornado. What the shit?
Even extended level 3. Wah, itai.
Oh, already?
Where's the other dragon? Oh, there it is.
Oh, Adui.
It's nice.
I kena direct contact.
It's your people calling.
If.
Oh, wow, sure.
It looks like the lightning AoE is smaller if it doesn't have tail.
Oh.
He hit me. Okay.
Where am I?
Oh, he's hitting me. Ow.
Oh. Why am I unlimitedly stuck on the sky?
Oh.
Didn't want to move me after I landed.
Oh. Meh. Oh.
I fly. Whoa.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, double.
He was juggling me. Oh my god.
Wow, double Superman work, eh?
Ow.
Ayo. Oh. Wow, hang à.
Okay lor, die already lor.
Wow.
Wow.
Whoa. Eh, my ball not bad, eh? 27%. Kenna.
Mm.
Ooh, Heavenly Dragon Fire.
Yeah.
Just from the body. Wow. Okay.
I got membrane from tail.
Oh wait, where is this now?
Inside the body.
Oh, the
Yeah,
I
that
cannot see.
around this area. You see?
Cannot see.
You don't see it? Maybe you carve already, eh?
Maybe
Yeah,
wait,
maybe.
I can't.
If it's not showing your map, then maybe you carve low. Total 6 times, right?
I did count. Yeah.
No, tak ada Dragon's Fire. Kenapa? Oh, I want to play Great Sword. Oh my god.
Okay.
I forgot.
am stopping here.
Oh, okay.
I have to Raya to save.
Oh yeah, it's Raya. Today is first day Raya, right?
Yep.
Wow, nice. Selamat Hari Raya.
Not nice when I'm the one in charge in cooking.
Oh, oh, that's rough. That's rough. But still,
But anyway, you too, happy hunting.
yeah. Happy Raya to you still, even though you are in charge of cooking. The sudden. I like Great Sword. Have good luck, Leon. I want to see if I can make the full set armor. Oh, I need Mizu Mentor and Zinoka Sky Mirror.
Yes.
Mati dah.
It's quite funny why they chose the two also.
I mean, Zinoka, I guess I know why. Mizu?
Mizu is supposed to be Zunoga's rival, and it's supposed to be it basically Mizu was set up to be like a rival to Zinoga.
Oh.
Based off from Amatsu, so a little bit lah.
Wow.
You haven't played for so long until your armor can upgrade so much.
Yeah, lor. But do I want to upgrade? No lah, no need lah. Who need upgrade? I never use back slide.
It's not very It doesn't feel very
Nice.
It doesn't feel very fluid to use. I would say because it gives roughly around the same amount of iframes that Power Shift does. It's just that you can perform it while you're charging. That's about it.
Okay lah. You know, I'll change the back slide. Try. Because to be honest, I don't even use as much power shift for the damage. I go take quiz.
ごきげんよう。
What?
ごきげんよう。
What?
ごきげんよう。
What?
ごきげんよう。
What?
ごきげんよう。
Then maybe I can make weapon first though. For the Xenogus Chimera and Mizu Mentor. Eh. I farm other time.
Farm while doing anomaly.
Hmm. Greatsword I feel should be very, very nice. Oh, wow. Wow, so fast. Ooh. I thought I died already. Bonk. Wow.
Aduh.
Wow, great sword feels really nice. Oh. Wow, wow, wow.
So I jumped over it. Ow.
Oh. Oh, feels good, man. Wow. I almost died.
Huh? It doesn't damage you.
Oh, it doesn't damage me. Oh, okay lah.
Ayo.
Oh, I got the tail. Oh. I see I see 到了啊。I'll take it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my, I got the Dragon's Fire from the drop.
So don't need AD lah.
No, I need 12.
Why 12 eh?
Hey, I want all weapon. Oh shit. Wow. Wow, can he too strong already. 71k.
Ah, 什么？
你的
Oh, I mean, just click face. Easy.
I cannot. Just now I use bow, cannot aim at head. Amatsu head too small.
Bow got shorter range, so unless you put ballistics.
Amatsu head too small.
Is it? You're playing what spread?
I play Pierce just now. Yeah, why keep give me membrane one no?
Hey, another one.
What? Win liao lor. It's okay, I got one. I got one just now, but not here. Yeah, but then I got for the drop, I think very very nice already. Hey, Angelic, hi. Stino Rare got 2 lah. No more farming Guys Magum for 2 months to get 1 Dragon's Fire already.
It's okay. Now we go farm Zunogo and Mrs. Snake, right?
Now farm
Or you want to go into your Reason Shagaru first?
Oh shit, I forgot about Reason Shagaru. Oh. Reason Shagaru, I need to go find... Okay. Velcana? I still haven't got... Velcana Crystal, right?
You got 1, right? And then you stop playing. Just got the 1.
I got 1 only. Reason Shagaru. Got the quest now. Take first.
Okay, have fun soloing.
Okay. I got this.
Looks a bit...
Let me change weapon first.
Looks like the Amatsu longsword not very up to date.
Amatsu longsword?
The design will be a bit not up to date.
I mean, it looks okay to me lah. I never seen the old one before, so I have no idea.
Oh, this one is kind of nice. Oh, this one is very nice.
Let's see if I remember how to play longsword. 2 months and 2 months not touch this game. Good luck. Why am I scared? Let's go, let's go. Oh, Shagaru cannot capture, right?
No, it's Elder.
Oh, the music play immediately, yeah.
Yeah, he's dropped down already.
Lai lai lai. Oh, I use this.
It's like he's very no chill.
Non-stop. Wow, really non-stop. Oh.
Does Jessica want to join you?
I don't know. Oh shit. Yeah, I still have muscle memory to play longsword. Ooh, pass. Oh. Wow, Shagaru always have this grapple attack one.
He does it very frequently now.
Oh. It's like back then I don't even see it doing it. And now it's just keep doing it.
Just keep doing it, yes.
Hey, nice eh?
I find it a bit annoying.
Yeah. Wow. Wow, he mad as fuck.
Oh yeah, the projectile don't curve already. Very funky.
You mean just now the small one?
Yeah, it used to curve what the projectile.
Oh yeah, no.
Suddenly become reason, then go straight.
It's just straight line. I was like, what? A little confused.
Ooh, it's a very small chameleons.
Okay.
Ooh.
Really, really bad at this one. Too fast. Go pass.
Oh yeah, fighting very serious, right?
Hmm? Yeah, I have to like really look at what he's doing. Oh, that's new. Yo. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh,
Oh.
Eat the big laser to the face.
Yalah. Ay, doing silk bind then kena.
Oh no. Aduh.
Oh. Nice who.
You haven't cut it yet, right?
Counter?
Cut it.
The tail
You haven't died yet, right?
Oh, heaven. Oh, got the tail, yeah.
You're actually doing pretty well.
I know, right? I'm surprised as well. I didn't die once. Ooh, pain. I out of potion. I drink too much. Not healthy. super. Ooh. Oh, first cut. Kena stun. What, cannot this fight?
Okay, you already go in so far already. This is first cut only.
Yeah. I play the long game. I play like super safe, trying not to die only. You? Yeah, I miss. The camera. Tolong, apa ini? Okay, I got one.
You didn't get the one with the Thunderbite.
Yeah.
Got 4 oxygen.
Oh, he's stunned. Oh, that was the Thunderblight. Oh, hang on. Wow, shiok. Ooh. Wow. I look so good now, holy shit. Hey, they buffed the counter, man. No? It feels like the counter frame lingers for 10 years, eh?
It always did that lah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is 2 monsters in the fall.
Oh. Wow, he died. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, the mass stun. Oh! the turtle saved me and then kena combo. Should have Moya fall there. It's okay. Still got chance. Easy. Wow, I feel like if I don't use longsword, I don't know how to fight this one. I should wait until I got red. I have forgot. Okay lah. Ooh, nice. Wow, nice who.
Put slug on the lance, huh? It's be funny.
You mean lance on what?
It's slug on the lance.
Don't know, I never try.
No, because I'm doing KO damage by blocking now. So
Then just block.
yeah, it's block
everything. Yep. It can stun also, right? Because it's KO damage.
Yeah.
Wow, then too good, Ole.
touch it, touch it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, it breaks into 3. Hey, that's cute. Oh, okay, that's very cute.
Got new thing.
Yeah, I'm doing mastering Apex Diablos.
Oh.
It's very nice. It really is like a bloodbath Diablos, or close enough to it. Oops. My back facing.
Ah, shit.
Hey, I killed it!
You kill with blood?
Yes!
What the fuck? What cannot then? I need to use so much fish.
Eat fish, healthy.
Yeah. If I don't eat fish, I don't have enough potion. I cannot cut can. It's not even blue yet, eh?
I need to fake out raw. Missed?
Ayah, mati sudah. Tete. Wah.
You can't trigger powder mental. Oh. I think it's difficult raw.
Wow, fish OP, fish OP. I just want to sharpen my cut knife, you little shit. Whoa.
Keep getting beaten by the stupid wall.
Eee. Oh, finally.
That's not good. Why is it appearing halfway? Okay.
Oh! Wow!
First try.
I thought I died already so many times. I have to use normal potion and fish. Oh! I didn't bring herb and honey, so sad. Wow, scary eh. This is nice, this is nice. Why I got all shot? I got 3 shot, 1 purifier. And the tail cake. What about 35 minutes eh?
Oh my god, that raw got me.
35-minute fight. Wow.
Annoying. Ooh. That is a lot of chip. What the fuck?
Epic Diablo.
Yeah. It's like half my health on one hit. True chip.
Wow, rice gem free. Always got one rice gem one, huh? Okay lah, not bad, not bad.
Oh my god. What the fuck is happening?
I think quite fun eh. I mean I use longsword can counter a lot lah, so I feel like not bad.
Spinas is stunned up.
Espinas?
No, I don't think got died.
Wow, need all afflicted oil. I didn't farm AR. I cannot curious melding though. I don't want to do melding now.
I'm literally just blocking him to death.
You bully. And now Lens player rise up. Just 4 lens and then bring guard 5 and block.
Oh no. I want to carve, not this. Damn it, still failed to carve.
Oh, I want to play Hunting Horn, but then the Hunting Horn plushie so noisy, but also very cute lah. It's like the biggest Tigrex.
No, the body disappeared. I didn't get a third calf. Oh my god.
And inside got the squeaker also. Ayo. Nice. Yo, what time? 3:40.
Oh
Wow.
Okay. Walao, stuck me in the corner just do the Nova in my face.
Let's play Soviet Hunting Horn. I don't know
Have
why
you
I
seen the armor skill? Yeah.
the Amatsu one.
The Shagaru one.
Oh, it got new. I go look see first. Yo. Is that my chest or the armor's chest? Oh, did this helmet just makes me become how would you call high elves? They got built-in ear.
Again?
Strife?
No, he do Nova again. Very frequent.
Increase elemental attack and affinity in proportion to the length of your red health gauge. What?
Yeah, that one is chaotic armor skill.
Oh, so already got one now.
The new thing there is Frenzy Bloodlust.
Oh,
And it's how I'm getting 4 wirebucks.
gain an additional weapon when overcoming the frenzy. Duration decrease drastically when your weapon is sheathed. Oh. What? I don't think that's as good.
What thing?
The frenzy bloodlust.
It gives you one extra wirebuck lor.
Just one extra wirebuck. And it's like
Yeah, but the duration is the same as
90-second
okay.
one.
Okay, so Bloodlust lasts for Bloodlust itself lasts for 60 seconds. Then got downtime.
Also, so it's like forever extra.
So okay, the idea is basically because the pieces with Frenzied Bloodlust, right? That has the Frenzied Bloodlust, right? Also has Bloodlust. So the idea is just to pair 1:1. Cause their durations are about equal. At level 2, they're both 60 seconds. And at level 3, they're both at 90 seconds. So that's the idea behind the Frenzied Bloodlust. Basically, you overcome the frenzy, you get additional
But
webbuck. Yep. So it's like an extra incentive, basically. That's like it's basically stronger. It's basically just Bloodlust version 2 in a sense, even though it's just a wipe up.
Yeah, no. Nah, I don't know. The skill doesn't make me want to make this armor. Leh. Wow, but then Tempest.
Haven't sent yeah.
Haven't sent your all. What if the last title update they give you the ability to craft heaven sent decoration?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably lah.
Most likely, huh?
I already know what's the last monster coming already.
So it's like Malzeno +1.
No, it is a Mazino. I know the name of it already.
Wow. So it's not even Fatalis.
It is. It from what I've seen so far from the description and what he's supposed to be, right? It is Fatalis level.
And then 30-minute, right?
That one I don't know. I think we're still given like the normal time.
I feel like 30-minute is like, yeah.
30 minutes a bit too much
I feel like nice because like end game the game push you to the limit. I mean, you look at Amatsu, you destroy him in like 10 minutes. 30 minutes.
Amatsu is not supposed to be. Amatsu is not Black Dragon tier. It's just supposed to be the end of a story.
Imagine Malzeno do like Fatalis level of damage. Bang! 70%.
Nah, 70 is okay. Just get him to do the Risen Elder Dragon's level of damage, right?
And then give him 3 Nova. Oh, give Malzeno 3 face. Like in Masanta Wood.
Apparently he will have 4 phases.
Wow.
Yeah. So I don't know lah. I seen some stuff and then I don't know what to expect lah.
So nice.
But I can spoil a bit from the name of it, right? This is not like the original Malzeno prior to Kuro. It's something else. So it's not OG Malzeno.
Not OG Malzeno lah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then it's Malzeno good enough lah. Oh, I never bought Espina Scroll and Volcana Scroll. Wow.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a variant, but everyone thought that it would have been like the pre-Kuro Malzeno. So like the Malzeno that was initially the Guardian of the Citadel.
Like
Yeah, but no, apparently not. It's it's something else completely.
Oh, then okay. Oh.
And I think it ties into the Sunbreak story. Like it's not a random variant out of nowhere. I think it ties into the Sunbreak story itself.
So is it like Malzeno that's still living among humans?
I think a bit different from that. How low can I go this? Oh, I can go below. Wait, what's your...
My what?
Your... Okay, never mind. It's not that low, I think. That 180.
My AR 101.
Yeah, a bit too low.
I lazy farm. I don't know what to do in AR.
Okay, let me...
AR to me is just fighting the same monster. Like, kind of set lah to just fight the same monster again, and then only a little bit stronger. It's like yellow.
So that was Apex Diablos. Interesting. Is it to find the faster rank 0 guy?
Cannot find recent fast tracks anomaly.
Have already. I found one already. It's just you cannot join.
Yeah, I cannot join. How much how much level do I need now, AR?
181. Yeah.
181 atu?
Yeah, at least 181.
At least, right? Ayo. Like this is almost the same case as like the guiding lens in Monster Hunter World. I don't even care about that shit. Like my weapon and armor is not is all like not augmented because I didn't go to I didn't go to guiding
I
lens.
won't be surprised if the Mozino variant that comes, right, will be relatively easy for us to clear if we have like augmented stuff, but actually very hard to fight if you're not even augmenting at all.
Okay, lah, good lah. Then I don't want augment already.
I still don't know what to expect. MR 200.
Oh, they say need AR 200?
MR 200.
Oh, MR 200. Okay lah. If AR 200, I cry first. Oh yeah, I am support. I forgot. I can heal. I can give fish. Oh, I can also spit. I can also spit potion to you all. I forgot to play.
Yes, sharpness regen.
So nice for you, right? See, I saw nice give you sharpness regen. We are using light bowgun.
Yes, yeah. Oh, the earplug's nice though.
Oh yeah, I have earplug. Okay lah, then not bad lah. At least got earplug. Whoa. Yo.
I forgot how to wire fall with a ranged weapon. I think 38 per projectile. Pretty fun.
got the bomb. Wow. Ooh. Uh-oh.
Oh,
Jessica DC ah.
yeah. Maybe net cut?
Neck cut?
No? Actually, I wonder, right, if this mechanic can be survived with the same way as you do Eschaton Judgment.
Oh. But then in Wood you don't have any way to jump this high.
Yeah, but it's like, can you survive it if you just spam max potions?
I mean they use Astra Jerky, right? I see someone did it. With
I
like
think
four...
I think if you try and eat immunizer without speed eating, you'll be a bit too slow.
Yeah. I saw like this like YouTube video people trying to like survive with potions.
I'm also surprised that I don't see anyone complaining that oh no, this is reused attack animation.
For Amatsu?
Yeah,
I guess
because people were bloody complaining about All Mother reusing the Sapphire Star.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because some say Amatsu is the best fight. I mean, Monster Hunter is the best fight to me anyway. Totally not biased, don't worry about it. Look, I'm like a Monster Hunter fangirl at this point. I just don't like anything new I can get from Monster Hunter, I'll take it. I'm already at that point.
I think I can stall fast enough.
Dance. Oh, good.
Oh, I missed. That kind of makes it easy to break the parts that you would not be able to break normally.
Like the back?
The arms.
Oh.
And the back, yeah, of course. Which makes more sense than trying to... Oh. Okay, that's kind of rude.
It's okay, it's Amatsu.
Thunderbiter, oh he is.
Oh. Let me bomb.
His KO ratio will be higher. Okay. Thanks for strikes for eating my intrepid heart again.
It's okay, it's Faustrex.
Laser.
Whoa.
Yeah, you'll damage you. That one will damage you.
Yeah. Only the initial ambush will not damage now.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, nice.
Holy shit, okay.
Yeah, too early.
Oops. I double jump straight into a tornado.
Whoa. Yeah.
Rip. It failed.
The bomb. Wow, hunting horn still very fun, eh?
Hmm.
Yeah, still no Dragon's Fire. So sad. Okay, I mean, I got two Dragon's Fire today. Okay lah, not bad lah. Oh, I want to see hunting horn. Wow. Is this the true Biwa?
It's not a.
Is this Biwa 柳情还是大柳情？
Is it Biwa?
I mean, it says it's a loot, but it doesn't look like a Biwa. Biwa doesn't look like this. This one looks like Liu Qing.
ハモンさんから教わった技術の数々をフル稼働。どんな武具でも任せといて。
I don't know. I'm crafting this one.
いくよ。
I mean, I like it.
ありがとね。
Oh, I'm still using T-Rex though. It's okay. I'm not gonna use T-Rex for now.
I wonder how the audio sounds like actually.
Yeah, yeah. I want to try. What?
A bit big,
Super big. Look behind me. It's like a big bug behind me. got scale some more. Wow. But then this one you gonna like, oh. Got blight negated, health regeneration, elemental attack.
It's a very weird combination, I think.
Kinda. But then elemental attack, eh? Let's fight Shagaru. with Punting Horn. Yeah.
Oh, I'm just gonna play the music, go and see how it sounds like.
Oh, okay. I take the quest first now. Region Shagaru.
どうかお気をつけて。
Very scary. Today I do this and then tomorrow I just play Deep Rock Galactic now.
Rock and Stone.
Rock and Stone. But then the combo is like gold in scale already. So nice.
No, you just find a shiny Rock and Stone.
Shiny Rock and Stone.
Let me listen to this. I can't actually hear anything.
Uh-oh. Can I still go to training area? Okay, no.
Huh. Interesting. Like, doing this doesn't actually do anything.
Wow.
You can't really hear it, right?
It's so deep. It's so deep. It is actually
yeah, but you
like...
can hear a bit if you do this.
Okay, yeah, it sounds like 大柳琴 ah.
Yeah, it's the second phase theme.
大柳琴
Wait, is it second phase? No, it's first phase.
I don't know.
It's first phase.
Wow, 900 bomb more. Wow, not bad, not bad. Only got one rampage slot. Ayah.
Huh? How many rampage slot you want on a weapon?
No, like no normal.
No deco, yeah.
No deco. Hunting horn. Dude range. Increase the performance range of effect once it's activated. It's not even. I don't think that's.
Increases the range of your songs by a bit.
Nah. See, I make self-improvement. After 20 minutes, I become very strong.
準備できてるよ。
Wait, Lay down, lay down. Are you also using hunting horn? Hi, Hibli. The opposite of feline booster? You mean growth? Hope you're doing good, Hibli. Welcome. I take everything.
Yeah, this might be the last one for me.
Can.
Oh my god, I pressed.
It's okay. Here comes support. I give you fish. Oh. Doing the cage has been chilling after a long week. Oh gosh. Yeah, it's good to chill.
I missed the raw. Oh no.
I also chilled for the last 2 days as well. And I came back today.
Hey!
Ooh. Ooh. I didn't mean to press O. Wow, Dango Insurance, thank you.
Oh no, I'm not facing the right direction.
Wait, I forgot to eat.
Okay, my health is not good.
I'm
My
coming.
health is good.
Okay. Oh. I got you. I think.
Ready, go. No, why did my harvest moon expire?
Wow.
Never mind, it's okay, I got 4 wire bar.
Oh, wire bug. Spin. Bang. Oh.
I just cannot seem to get the timing of his rolls.
Oh. Wow, I cannot grip.
Oh no. I was aiming you.
Is it because I've emboldened?
Maybe?
Probably. Oh, I died. Whoa. Okay. I didn't die. I lied. Wow, the health regeneration plus fish is like so good.
Yeah, I saw people play people play Nawa Hunting Horn with as with like their election.
Oh. Iron Maul. Oh. Wow.
Smashing the fuck out of that key.
The counter.
Okay. Oi, hello?
Oh shit, I'm dancing. Lele.
Oh.
Here comes heal. Oh. Hey yo.
Oh no. Failed to clear the ballast. Damn.
Ooh. Nice, nice.
Was he missing the face blast?
You mean Shagaru?
Yeah, I'm not getting the timing for the face blast.
That one is like new move.
No, it's not. He had it in the past. It's just I'm missing the timing for it.
Ah. Oh.
Okay here, right? Okay, I'm not okay here. Ow.
I'm dancing. Nanti dulu. Oh.
It's okay. This is my 4th max potion. I'm fine.
Whoa. So rich. So kaya. Nice. Ooh.
Actually, while I'm aiming the tail is a bad hit zone.
Wow,
Oh
nice.
well, we got it anyways.
Wow. Oh, I didn't mean.
Got the thingy on the walls.
Like, let me try. Nice. Okay, only 2, right?
Yeah, I need to.
Okay.
Yeah, I lost my 4th wire bar because I weapon shift to carve. But oh well.
It's okay lah. Can get back later. Oh.
Is it?
Oh my god.
Oh yo, why is that so fast?
I'm stunned. Oh, thank you.
Fucking motion value for that so ass.
Oh.
Okay.
Wow, very itai.
I ate 2.
So brave. Wow.
Not good to tank.
Shagaru too stonk.
On.
Wow.
I'm at the edge of it.
A little bit scary. Ooh.
No, that's outside of my
Oh.
And my cast again. So easy.
Oh.
This is like no penalty from casting it anymore.
Spin, spin, spin. Bang.
Ah, shit.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I got egg, I got egg.
Ah.
Oh shit, I'm dancing.
Going very far.
Yeah. Let me sharpen my Liu Qing. Okay. Oh, sorry. I was dancing, didn't check the health.
Wait. Oh, okay.
Oh. Yo.
Ah, no, my wire bug. No, your hand go away.
Oh.
I was in the middle of the serene post slash. He fucking really the laser in my face.
I saw that. Hi. Oh, I think. Nice hoo. Ooh.
Adui.
I feel like friendship work differently now.
What?
I don't know. It's like when I drink potion, I don't see you guys health go up.
Okay, so it only heals us the percentage, right, of the initial heal.
Oh, so once I
Yeah.
drink, it only heals.
The initial amount, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Then the rest
Yeah.
the rest of the heal didn't count. So it's just like
Yes.
ching.
So it's technically better to eat blue mushroom.
Yeah, feels like
Because it
it.
heals roughly the same with mushroom, but mushroom is faster.
And I
But
don't.
that's it. Sushi fish is good. You can eat fish and then we get.
I mean, I eat gourmet fish. Gourmet fish also very nice. I got the healing with health regeneration.
Okay, I need to go. Wars.
Eat, huh?
I need to go Wars. So bye bye.
Bye. Thank you for farming.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Yeah. Oh. Hey. Got a mental. See, I told you sometimes the last hunt is gonna be so lucky. just sometimes though. Okay, let me just embiggen myself real quick. Look, I only shrunk myself to be the same size with them. I miss doing this. Like, just chill Monster Hunter sessions. It's great. Amatsu globally? Hammer feels fun. The spin feels fun. The spin to win? But then I feel like the most fun I have fighting against Amatsu is definitely Greatsword. Something about using Greatsword to go against Amatsu is so good. I mean, just get Hunting Edge. Hunting Edge and then just cut the shit out of them. It's great. Gosh, do I do AR quest? I don't wanna. I guess it's time. I guess it's time to farm some AR, huh? Oh, it's so painful though. I don't. I don't want to just do AR. It's just fighting. It's just fighting the same thing. Well, it's not the same thing. I don't know, I just don't really feel like doing anomaly investigations or just anomaly quests in general. I don't like doing them. At first we were captivated by their beauty until we realized we were about to die. Hantu Mizutsune, huh? Buddy dressed up? What air monster you wanna fight? I don't know. I mean, the investigation tells me that I need to fight. Well, it's not I need. But the quest is like Magma Almudron. But I just don't really like doing AR quests in general. Materials to make layer armor just like mine? Huh. So these are all like... Yeah, the research request is optional. Yeah, it just gives more points. Doing them, I assume, gives me more EXP towards AR, so that I can level up AR a little bit faster? Question mark? I'll just fight Amatsu again. Because why not, right? Why not? Ah, gosh. Yeah, let's fight one more time, Amatsu. But then the time right now is like a little bit alalang. It's 4:30. You could do one thing. Do what? Risen Teostra? Sure. Can. Then I abandon mine first. Nah. How do I abandon quest? How do I? Oh, cancel quest. There we go. I guess you can take the quest if you want. I don't think I have Risen Teostra. Oh, you mean Afflicted Risen Teostra? Or just Risen Teostra? Yeah, Risen Teostra is here. So you want to fight this one? I'm okay with this. I want to try the bonk. It's been a while. Yeah, let's go with the bonk. Do I do yours? Alright. Unable to join as quest is unauthorized? Fuck's sake, man. I hate AR. Damn it. Why is AR a thing? Yeah, I cannot fight anomaly. Nah, let's just go bonk Amatsu. Let me just simp on Amatsu a little bit more. And then I can make like Amatsu's armor. I can farm Mizu and Xenogear afterwards, I guess. I was thinking of after this Amatsu, I was thinking of playing Deep Rock Galactic, but then it's like, the time is like 4:20, 4:30 or something. And then if I were to play Deep Rock Galactic afterwards, I might play until like 8 or some shit, which I don't want. Hi, Roxas. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's pretty much on me since I didn't even fight any AR quests. I just really don't like AR quests because it's just fighting. It's just fighting. It doesn't feel new to me. Do unauthorized quest? What does that mean? Oh yeah, I think for hammer I have defiance? Question mark. All right, how do I play hammer? Bonk. Okay, I have this. I have the weird spinning bludgeon. Spin. Oh, that feels good. Oh, I'm not a hammer main. Oh, I'll take it. Hi, Daddy. Spin. Oh. Gosh, that feels good. Oh, wow. Wow, hammer OP? Wow. Wow. Counter. How you doing, Daddy? Spin. Oh boy. Ooh. Doing good, trying not to burn in the weather. It rained, but still not enough. Oh, I know that feeling. It's rough. The wind isn't blowing cold air. That's even worse. Holy shit. Now, if you can, maybe stay inside air-conditioned room. I mean, it feels very much needed at this point, because the wind's blowing hot air. That's the thing. That's tough. That's rough. Need to buy AC. Oh god. Well, I guess I'm lucky to have AC here, because yeah, I get that. The weather lately is like super hot. soon. I'll take it. Spin? Oh, that's high. That's high enough. I'll take it. Oh boy. I'm alive. I'm alive. Yeah, it feels like, especially these few months, like during March and April. I mean, in general, in Southeast Asia area, feels like getting air conditioned room or like getting air conditioner is just compulsory at this point because the weather is getting insanely hot. Oh, that feels good. Oh. Our summer getting ridiculously hot. Like, it doesn't help that we live in eternal summer weather. I mean, I guess the humidity helps sometimes. But yeah, especially these days, just going out, just stepping outside my room is a pain. Like, I can feel my skin getting burned. So yeah, please, you know, be careful, take care of yourself, definitely. I know, like, it doesn't help as much, it doesn't help a lot, but hydration does help, albeit just the tiniest bit. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. That's not fine. I'm good. Oh, I don't know why I did that. Oh, feels good, man. Oh. Oh yeah, the cannon. Oh, do I need to charge it? Oh, oops, I wasted it. No, I never used cannons in Monster Hunter, right? I didn't know. Oh boy. Oh. Wow, dangerous. Oh! Oh, that's good to know. So I could just rush into... That's how you dodge that move. Get the bonk! Uh-oh. Oh, nice! Dude, hammer feels good. Bonk! Woo! Oh god. Nick. Spin. Oh. Not worth. Woohoo! All good, all good. Get bonked. Yeah, go in. Woo! Wow. Wow, nice. Ooh. Hammer feels good against Amatsu. It feels like heavy weapon is really good against Amatsu, like great sword and also hammer. Sword and shield definitely not lah. Sword and shield is just like a toothpick. Whoa. I want it. Whoa. Another one. The big boy. Oh, wow, nice. Oh. Whoa. That's a bad idea. Whoa. What? So you really, you really have to wire fall there. Oh shit. Oh nice. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, all good. Ah, crap. Oh, too late. Oh my god. Alright, all good, all good. Oh, nice. And then another stun. Whoa, nice. Yeah, Hammer feels good against Amatsu, not gonna lie. I mean, probably because I have like Slugger level 3 as well. God, it's so good. No matter how many times I watch it, it will always be that good. Speaking of hot, it's always like during God Crystal. Fine. Look, I have 2 today. I have 2 this session. I'm not even gonna complain. I have 2. Also, it's always around this time. Oh, sorry, I got 2 more. I didn't. This is 4 months worth of Dragon's Fire. Holy shit. Oh god, I'll take it any day. Fuck. Yeah, speaking of heat, like, it's always around this time. Let's see, around 5 p.m. now, huh? Around 5 p.m. the sun is like always shining around, like shining directly on my face. And then that's hot as fuck as well. Like I'm in air-conditioned room right now. Right, I am. Like I opened up air conditioner because today, oh, not just today, for the past few days as well, it has been extremely hot. So I opened up air conditioner. Like I have air conditioner on 16, like the lowest setting possible. I'm still sweating under this weather. It's like insanely hot these days. So yeah, it's crazy. Remember there was one time that I had like a temperature check. Then the temperature says 41 degrees. Like, yeah, cool. Have been streaming under 41 degrees. Yeah, all good. But yeah, seriously though, in this kind of weather, just really gonna take care of yourself. Like, hydrate as much as possible. So it's the humidity that make you perceive hotter temperature? You mean like, it's not supposed to be that hot, but it's because of the humidity it makes it hotter than usual? Or hotter than it feels like? Maybe. But then again, that 41 was looking at the temperature reader, so still a bit scary, to be honest. Like a fucking machinery can detect like 41 degrees. Like, yeah, cool. Oh, I forgot I have water strike. I forgot. Well, I mean, this is this is what I get, huh? This is what I get for not playing Monster Hunter for 2 months straight and then come back today. Just feel like I'm forgetting everything. But yeah, I'm just surprised how well it feels. Like, how nice it feels to go against Amatsu with a hammer. It's great. Not the only one. I don't like how my body is just trying to not look at fucking AR quests. Me using Insect Glaive on Amatsu. Feels like a good pick, isn't it? Just because Insect Glaive have like airborne mobility. It helps, definitely. I never tried using Insect Glaive against anyone. It's funny how Insect Glaive is now the least used weapon on me. Like, I didn't even update this build. I didn't even update this this loadout. Maybe I should try Insect Glaive a little bit. Oh wait, no. Insect Glaive on Amatsu is good. Definitely feels that way, yeah. Oh wait, this one I have Quick Shave. Which one? Oh wow, this build is so aggressive. I never noticed how aggressive this is. Not sure. But I'm just gonna change this to Insect Glaive. Who's Insect Glaive again? The plush weapon. Oh, Ragnar Kadaki, okay lah. We got Spooder. Critical element. Honestly, critical element it's not bad, but jumping though. I always love a good jumping jewel. It's great. Nah, it's fine. Oh, do I have Rapid Morph? Oh, Rapid Morph comes from here. Let me see if I have any other talisman. If I extended Part Breaker, Dragon Attack, Quick Sheath, Quick Sheath, Quick Sheath on a heckin' Insect Glaive, maybe. Handicraft, why about Whisperer? Yeah, no need quick shift from Insect Glaive. I feel it sure feels that way, but I'm still taking this one. What's a good level 1 rampage decoration? Level 1 rampage decoration. Ah. Yeah, this one is good. Hard Dragon? Oh, do I know if Dragon Attack? There we go. Iron Shell? Oh, Iron Shell is Kushan's Blessing. Yeah, Kushan's Blessing is great. And then plus Heart Recovery. Oh, that's why I don't die a lot. The I don't want to die build. 3 Iron Shell, 3 Recovery. One dragon? Wirebug? Wirebug Whisperer. Yeah, it's already at level 3. Why am I still putting that one in? Is Chain good for Insect Glaive? I feel like Chain is good. Like level 3 bursts. Immortal build I'm using. Yeah, it's a really good build. Just Iron Shell and Recovery. I'm just gonna put 3 levels of Chain. Tenderizer. It's already a level 3. What am I doing? There. Need one more. I need one more dragon attack. Oh, it's so painful. But then again, I already have like maximum. Yeah, I feel like this is not bad. Where's the embolden coming from? Oh, I think embolden is in. Is it? Maybe. Flinch free? No. Spirit call? Heroics? Ah, it is. it's from the augmentation. I got emboldened. Ah, well. Guess I cannot change that, huh? How much is emboldened? So level 3 maximum? While active defense plus 40, greatly prolongs dodging invisibly and greatly lowers impact when guarding. That's... When targeted by a monster, the monster becomes more likely to become enraged, but your own defense is increased. Ah, that's why you guys are saying. Yeah, why not get emboldened? might as well get emboldened. One less level of Gobbler? Yeah. Alright, got my... I got my I don't know what I'm doing insect glyph build, I guess. Look, the thing is, if it works, alright? There we go. Defiance is good. You don't use Embolden. But then Defiance is like... 5 level 1 slot, isn't it? I don't have enough level 1 slots. I mean, they're being used by... Wait, what are they getting used by? Iron Shell? Status. Increment info. Oh, I have level 5 Defiance already. Hey, I mean, Defiance plus Embolden. How can I die, right? the I really cannot die build. Defiance Embolden. Iron Shell level 3 recovery. That sounds good, man. Should I try to make a Shagaru Magala? I kind of want to make the armor, like, just for fun. I know I can make Amatsu's armor, but I need to farm Mizu and there's the quest with 2 Mizu. This one. Yeah, let's do this one. You never know, I might get like over 2 mantles in one quest, like, huh, hell yeah, man. It's more for Iron Shell recovery and Bolden, defense per earplugs. But then defense really also gives you defense plus, doesn't it? I mean, I could be wrong, since I'm not really the expert in this game. Let me see, yeah. Nullifies weak, strong, raw wind pressure. Level 5. Nullifies weak, strong, and powerful raw wind and dragon wind? Oh! And then defense plus 30. Yeah, so defense level 5 is just that I don't care about you, I just gonna be at your face and destroy you. That's defense. And then embolden is like, you cannot kill me. And I got burst for damage. Powerful roar is Elder Dragon Roar. Yeah, with level 5 Defiance. I don't care about Kusha's Dragon Wind Pressure. I don't care about maybe even no, I don't think I can nullify Tigrex Roar. Yeah. Tigrex Roar is just like a damaging attack. It's not just a roar, but it's also an attack. I go fight first. Oh, I forgot to... Ah, now when I feel the game is so soft. I know. Okay, the screen is gonna flash a little bit. I'm sorry, alright? There. Let me just do this real quick. Doop. Ah, there it is. I was like, the game's a little bit soft. But then I forgot. I had a Discord call just now. That's why. I mean, it's just Mizu. It shouldn't be that hard, right? I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna get one shot by a Mizu. Oh, Amy is R2 now. Oh, that's weird. Oh, I forgot I'm using this weird attack. It's so weird. I forgot to change my switch skill. This is weird. I don't like it. Yeah. Whoa. What's your switch skill? Oh, okay. That feels a little weird. Maybe I'm just playing World. Oh my god. I do not know how to play in Sacred anymore. This is kind of sad. Oh, that's not bad. Help. Oh, that's pretty good. Oh, nice. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Oh, there's one of them so big. Wait, wait, that one's huge? Bubbles everywhere. Bubbles everywhere. Bubbles. I banged the wrong way. I mean, if it works, it works, right? Another one. Oh. Wait. Wait, it dead? Oh, oops. No. No. I didn't mean to kill it. I want to capture. How many shot was that? Another shard? Another shard? God, this game, I swear sometimes. Sincerely, it's okay. I mean, I didn't think it's gonna die that quickly. Emboldened. Wait, can we capture it already? Wow. Oh, there it is. Nice. Hoo. So fast. So fast. Right, mental? Can I has mental, please? Like, can I mental, please? Wink. Wink wonk, mental. Oh, whoa, what's this? Oh, whoa, what's this? What am I looking at? Bring K if you're farming for map. I can't, but cat has no dragon. No, I'm not bringing cat. I'm bringing dog. I'm bringing my dragon. It's fine. Oh, well. I got it. Ichi. Thanks, game. Okay, now I just need another Zinogre Skymerald. Is there any event quest for it? Zinogre Skymerald. Alright, let me check some event quests to see if there's the Xenogre there.
今日も頑張って参りましょう。
Want to get the bubble. Get the bubble Skymerald.
お好きなクエストをどうぞ。
Oh, there's one Xenogre. Oh, there's another Xenogre.
猛勉強してどうにか受付嬢になれましたが、まだまだ失敗
Materials for layer armor.
いろいろ教えていただけると幸いです。
Is there no solo Xenogre? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, I can do this one. There's Xenogre and Mizu. Imagine if I get me. Do anomaly instead? Anomaly.
会議クエストはこちらになります。
Do I even have anomaly? Oh, I don't have a few. Yeah. Oh, these are locked. Why am I locking it?
怪異化したモンスターは脅威ですが、あなた様の活躍が騎士たちの心を熱く燃やして勇気を与えています。さすがは高き炎ですね。
92? Tw 25 minutes? Fight this one, no. It's in... Where is it? Shrine Ruins? Okay.
安寧の日が訪れますように。
Okay, let me change the switch skill real quick. Switch skill. I don't want this one. Ah, this one. Okay. Causing the wire bug, simultaneously absorbing extract, marking a target, and then chaining into a vaulting dance? Sounds good. Fire or follow the reticle. When your kinset comes in contact with a monster, you absorb extract. Perform a forward leaping attack. Yeah, Tetra Steel Slash is really good. Advancing Round Slash is also really good. I'm keeping this. Gosh, without jumping is so sad. Can I have first try again? First try Xenogre Skymerald? Leish cool. Is that a Malzeno? Is that Malzeno? Oh, I'm going there. I'm gonna go get the Malzeno. Mmm. Mmm. Wow, Mount Zeno though. Wow. Gosh, it's been a while. Yeah, I'm gonna fight the Mount Zeno. Don't mind me. Already have Embolden. Oh yeah. Oh, I missed this. I'm alive. God, the music is so fucking good. Ah. I forgot there's the powder explosion. Suddenly fighting Maru, fighting Mouse, yeah. I mean, I have to. I was trying to get Xenogears Sky Emerald. I already got the... I got Mizu Mantle, and now I'm just trying to get Xenogears Sky Emerald. But then when I took this quiz, and I saw Malzeno, I just had to. Music's too good. Explosion! Oh, got him. Yeah. Oh, wait, I shouldn't have dodged that. I should not have dodged that. Oh god. I'm sad now. Yeah. Yee. Oh, I'm stunned. Oh, thanks, Doggo. Oh, that was close. Yeah. Ooh. I feel like this soup bite move, is pretty good. Should probably spam more of that. How's your Xenogarhan going? Oh, I mean, you seem to be doing it very well. I mean, you would think that I would not suffer against Malzino. That's where you're wrong. Ooh. Yeah. I'm surviving. Hey, go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh no! Oh, hit me. Oh. I can't. wrong roll. Should I just roll forward? Tail? Yeah. Woohoo! Malsino is a lot harder than I thought. Or maybe I just not used to playing Insect Glaive like at all. Look, it's been a long time since I last played Insect Glaive, right? Oh, tail is 3? Wow. Whoa, I know I can do it. Oh, too late. Oh, aya. No. Oh my god. Honestly, that Silk Bite move is fun to use. Oh, I'm dead. I'm not dead, I lied. Oh, yeah! Look at that. Mosino cool. Oh, really? The Balzino fight is taking a lot longer than I thought. Oh. Wow, Marcel really likes you, huh? Oh. Oh. Wow, nice. Whoa. Uh-oh. Yeah, I should roll forward. Is Mozito supposed to be this hard? This feels a lot harder than before.
頼むぜ。小石の出番だぜ。
Oh boy. Ooh, that's a really vertical attack. Yeah, that's an easier dodge. Oh, got him! Didn't get the tail, but GG. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you cannot carve. Shit, I forgot. Oh wait, I cannot carve. No, I can carve. Look at this. Pure skill. Look at that. Jump, jump. Carve. Wow, you did 100k damage? I'm gonna cry. I did 56k! Oh god, I'm just here sleeping. Snake. Scamerald? Scamerald? Ah, no Scamerald. Yeah. I mean, Insect Leaf is kind of fun, not gonna lie. I just like I like this one. Awaken Kinsect Attack. I like this one. It's fun. I guess I can do one more. Wow, level 100? Sure, I guess. I got gunpowder back? Yeah, just needs Chimerald. Hardhorn? Hardhorn 3, 2. Okay, I can. Okay, so I just need one more Zenoka Skymerald, and that's the Amatsu set done. Is there like a stronger bug? Oh, Kinsect. Nope, that's the strongest I have, alright. There has to be Amatsu scroll, right? Like, there has to be Amatsu scroll. Let's go. It's probably gonna be the same, right? Like, there's probably gonna be Malzino over there again. Oh, nope, it's different. Okay. I'm just gonna go get Zinogre. Not Malzino. Can I Thunder Beetle Zinogre? Ooh, that's fast. One? Everywhere is one for Zinogre? Oh shit! Why is everywhere one for Zinogre? All good. Oh, wow. Does Embolden makes the monster more likely to target me? It kind of feels a little bit of that way. Like, having Embolden? Nope. Okay, so I guess I think too much then. I mean, I guess in a way, the monster... When the monster is targeting me, then that's good lah. Then you get to just shooting bang bang it without any interruptions. Okay. Oh, nice. Oh, not nice. Maybe it does. It's like sometimes I don't trust the game. Now I feel. Like, the game says that, oh, this gem makes the monster targets you or something. Right? And then it doesn't feel that way. Like the distraction gem is supposed to make the monster target you more. I doubt that. Like, it doesn't really feel that way. That took a while. Oh my god. Oh. We have more friends. Oh. That's when you get number 1. Ooh. Mmm. That's kinda cool. Yeah. I don't know if number 2 is on the back or the hind legs. Cannot tell. Double? Triple? Ooh. Mmm. Yeah, that's fast.
よいしょ。
ありがたくいただくぜ。
No Skymerald? Yeah. I mean, the anomaly parts now is very useful as for the useful for the heckin' the curio thing for the talisman. That's some incentive. No Scamerald. Oh yeah, also I got these like Ember Essences. More weapon damage. I was thinking more for the curious vigor melting thing. Oh, Rice Gem counts as these. Okay. Anomaly ticket, I don't know what that does. Time for you to go eat? Yeah. Go eat, is like 6. Thanks for helping me. I realized something. When I was playing Insect Glaive, I feel like I don't really need to heal as much. Probably because of the powder. Yeah, the powder helps a lot. I'll do one more of the same Zinogre quest. For the Sky Mirror, that is. Might as well, right? I'll do one more. Well, what if I disband this lobby? Yeah, I gotta disband this lobby so that I can get 2 dogs out. I'll disband this lobby. Thanks again, Angelico. Yeah. I'll just leave lobby then. There it is. I got 2 dogs. Look at that, two dragons. Okay, let's take the same quest again. Konnichiwa. Oh, maybe I can exchange a Zinogre Scamerone here? Oh, 150. How much do I have? 310. 310. I can use 150 for it. Oh my god, contrary scale needs 500? Falcon of Crystal is 600? Nah, I'm not gonna exchange it for now. I mean, I'm gonna go get Zinogre right now, so why, right? What if I get a Skymerald here? You never know. Alright too, let's go. One last quest. Hopefully I'll get the Skymerald. Also I realized the tongue color, I need to change it a little bit. The PNG for Kobold. It's so slow. I think I'm gonna die a lot. Just because I don't have Gobbler. It's kinda scary. Oh. Oh my god. Wow, I'm getting schmixed. Oh, too early. That's fast. Whoa. I'm alive. Whoa, Nani? I'm alive. Yeah, doing that is not a good idea. Cannot just blindly do the perfect brush. Oh no, I feel like without Gobbler it's a little bit sad. I'm not used to playing this kind of build. Like full on offense. I don't care about anything about survivability. Yeah, definitely not used to this. Oh, I tried. Oh. Oh. Oh, I roll into it. Ooh. Dang, run away when I have second bloodline? Ooh. Who am I riding? Oh, I should have long guarded them. I forgot about it. I wasted. Ooh. Yeah, sure expected a double. Nice. Oh, it dropped. Oh, welcome back, Pinky. Pinky cuckoo. Whatever you did, I hope everything went well. Oh. 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 Don't know if I missed now. Whoop at Xenoker's butt. I mean, a Xenoker would whoop my butt, I guess. Ooh. Whoa. And having a Will Strong to ignore the appearance of Malzeno. I wanted to go for Malzeno, but I'm pretty sure if I go for Malzeno, I would not have enough time to beat this. Running away again? Nah, it's fine. I got this. Oh. Okay. Get licked. Lick. Lick. Oh, the lick. Oh, the lick. The lick. You know what else is the lick? If you know, you know. There's such a good lick though. Yeah. Like Lick in general is such a good like music. Woohoo. I said not to do that, but I did it again. Whoa, mama. Woohoo. I'm not even gonna try to get the tail anymore. Oh my god. Camera? H2O? Yeah, I'm gonna drink H2O. I think I didn't drink any H2O this whole afternoon. That's bad. Yeah, I think I need to update the lurk emote a little bit. The tongue color is wrong. I forgot to change it. Now, after 6.5 hours, I just noticed. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, another one. Let's go. Bong. Hey man, what the fuck? Shlibi? I'll just do a Shoryuken then. Shoryuken! Oh! Running away again? Oh, nice. Double? Triple? Yeah, I had the feeling. Oh my god. Oh boy. This is too small. A straight line is too easy for it to attack me. No wonder it just ran away just now. Oh, thanks. Oh my god, Bullfango just saved me. Whoa, I regret my decisions and my deeds. Oh boy. Yeah. Hey, I'm dead. Yep. Shouldn't have died there. It's fine. Recently there's a lot of like bird noises going on, like around my house, especially the one that goes like that bird. I don't know what that bird is, but yeah, there seems to be quite a lot of bird actions. Well, not that connected. It's just a lot of bird like flying around, or just like bird making noises. Like, it's cool. Super recovery dango. What's a super recovery dango again? This one. Oh. This is good. You having bird noises too? Yeah, it happened just now. Everyone, at least 2 people. Seems to have tons of birds around the homes lately. Must be some sort of season going on. I mean, that's all I can think of, honestly. I mean, I get bird noises like quite. I get bird noises quite like frequently, but these days it's just a lot. Did you or neighbor put a fur beater no, lately? No, safe to say. Because to be honest, the burbs here are quite the menace. They shit very aggressively. Like I need to like about. I need to constantly clean my car just because I shit so strongly. Like my whole car is just shit. The shit. God damn it, that's my car, man. Fuck. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know why the birds like to shit on my car so much. They they shat pretty aggressively. Oh god. catch. Oh. Oh boy. It's a little bit hard when they just keep jumping around like that. Hi, Saturn. Yeah, gosh. Ooh, that's something. Oh boy. Oh. Oh, nice. What am I looking at? Why is that language? Your language? I mean, since it's hard for me to understand, don't know what you're saying. Maybe keep it English, that would be great. Should probably make a rule about that. Because like, I don't understand the language. And then I feel kinda rude to not reply to people. Oh god. It's taking a while. I mean, to be fair, I'm not doing a lot of damage as well. Yeah, it's only normal, to be honest. With my kind of damage going against this guy? Yeah. Oh! Alright! That was like, what, 40 minutes, I think? For 40 minutes for level 104 Xenogre, I think not bad. I'll take it. We carded twice, it's fine. Come on, give me a Skymerald. God damn it, no Skymerald. Time to kill pig. No one likes you in Monster Hunter 2 or 1 or or whenever. Just use ice. Ah, I mean, you guys did say element is like the end game thing. Wow, my room is pitch black. Yeah, like a Skymerald! The element weakness icon, like a mod or something, right? Yeah, that's a nice quality of life change mod. Hey. Hey, I just got a the funny, I just got a heckin' Xenogre Skymerald just now. Yeah, I just got a fucking Xenogre Skymerald just now. You guys just didn't see it, right? Yeah, I got it. Yeah, it dropped. It dropped. Yeah, look at that. It dropped. Look at that. I got Xenogre Skymerald. Easy. Second try. Hi, Top. Whoa. Just try to memorize it. I didn't memorize anything about elements in this game. I just sort of like, oh, dragon element number 1. I don't care about anything else. That's pretty much what I do. It's like, yeah, just dragon element all the way. If it's weak, if it's strong, I don't know. Dragon element number 1. How strong would it be? Four. Wow. Wow, that's a lot of decoration slots. Moisturize? Oh yeah. I need to open up the lights as well. My room is pitch black. Misses some miles away from not doing anything elemental. Just piercing everything for now. Yeah, I mean, for the longest time, I just used the dragon element. Like, I don't really know, like, which dragon is weak to which element. I just sort of dragon element all the way. That's how I play, even in World, for like 15 or like 13, 1200 hours. I can see. It's so bright. I feel like this. And this probably works well. Oh, Malzino drip. the Malzino drip. Like, the dragon, don't block it. I'm trying to look at it. Malzino drip. That playstyle is going to run into a bunch of resistances, but also some weaknesses, so yay, Like, if it's resistance towards dragon, then just cut them harder, I guess. Just cut them harder, it's fine. Did you guys ever do anything with Buddy Dojo anymore? Not me. Like, everyone's level 50 already. I mean, it's a nice session today. Got Amatsu's armor. Oh, I can even make more Amatsu's weapon, I think. Because I just got 2 Dragon's Fire just now. Yeah, which one do I want? I have Hunting Horn already. I mean, Hachimon is kinda cool. Switch X? Oh, I need heart. I feel the Switch X is only okay. Insect Glaive? Wow, I need so much Heart Horn. Using Dragon Element against you would probably open up a pacifist route. Probably. Most likely. Definitely. Definitely. How much Amatsu did you beat? Quite a lot, yeah. Quite a lot. But at some point I got lucky, I got 2 Dragon's Fires at once. Charge Blade? Oh, the Charge Blade looks pretty good. How about Longsword? Bow. And the bow is fine. Rip it, pierce, pierce. Rip it, pierce, pierce. Looks fun with the PS5.5. And what else? Ooh, Longsword. Yeah, the Longsword looks not bad. Kinda like it. But then the most sad is the Sword and Shield. Like, I don't know what... I don't know what they're going through with this. Who? What are you thinking? I mean, 69, I guess that's a little bit stretched. But it's just that a jade as a weapon? Weapon's gonna break in one hit. Imagine you're trying to bonk someone with jade. Just throw it at them. It'll break. Yeah, the only thing... Yeah, this is the only weapon that I really don't like. Like the Amatsu weapon. But Greatsword? Greatsword is nice. This one is like... what do you call them again? Shara's weapon. And this one looks like Shara Ishvaldar's weapon. In world. Albeit this one has more scales and glowing things. Not Shara's weapon. Lens? Yeah, lens is like just that. It reminds me of something medieval but pretty abstract. It's just the jade. It's just the jade and a weapon as a weapon. Also this one. King DDD. I might want to make this one. I mean King DDD though. Yeah, also hammer is pretty fun. I do like hammer, yeah. You know, I'm making this just for the DDD. There. Okay, one more. So I guess I'm gonna need a lot more Amatsu hunting to get the weapons. Light bowgun. Don't really care. I don't really care. Oh my god, is there a question mark? Ill Omen? Bonkers Maximus. Yeah, Insect Glaive is like okay lah. Insect Glaive, this one reminds me of Alatrion's design. Just less glowy. And less spiky at the hilt. Bowgun of the light kind, your favorite. I'm just not really into bowguns in this game. Bow is fine. Yeah, bow is okay. They go pew pew and support ammo. Do people actually use the support ammo? I don't see them being used, to be honest. Or maybe they're being used, I just don't know. Quick Sheath and Dragon Attack. Imagine having Quick Sheath for Sword and Shield. Hi Leon, how's the cooking? Or is it already dinner time and everyone's enjoying the Raya dinner? Someone lost health. Pew pew, the health back. Yeah.
Disaster.
I forgot I'm still in the Discord chat. A disaster? Guys, that's sad.
What you doing now?
I'm just trying to like make this work, I guess. Like I have the armor now.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, I have the Amatsu armor now. The Xenogears Sky Mirror totally dropped just now. I definitely did not go and use the anomaly coin to exchange it for 150. Yeah, that didn't happen. It dropped. Yeah. See, I'm good. Oh, maximum dragon attack. Evade window. Evade window? If I have evade window, I should get jumping jewel then, right? Yeah. Level 3 jumping.
Oh my god. Exhausting.
Yeah, must be tough cooking for a big crowd, I assume.
Yeah, like 200 people. Don't worry about it.
I this time I'm worrying about it. Dude, 200 people. That's
Okay. Here's some info that I should tell you. Okay, our open house happens at my grandmother's house. Okay, and my grandmother, everyone there, treats her like she is one of the chief of the village.
Oh.
Even though she's not.
but she just gets the treatment now.
Yeah. So every year of like Hari Raya, it's like a tradition in our family that we must have an open house on the very first day. And everyone is invited. Everyone.
Oh no.
So you're seeing where I'm like, where my exhaustion comes from.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. I'm feeling it.
And then to make things even more exhausting mentally, is that everyone there is already married.
Oh, so that's like double the population.
Yeah, and then comes the question like, when are you gonna get married?
Yeah.
As I'm cooking,
Yeah.
and I have to use the same excuse over and over again.
What's your excuse? Maybe I can use it.
You do not want to use it. Usually I just, sarcastically say, "Oh, I just don't swing that way," as a joke,
Oh yeah.
But that ain't the truth. Like, I really do swing the other way.
I get that.
But how people's, reality, like, oh no, that can't be. That's sarcasm right there. No, it's not. Like, I'm telling the truth.
Oh, am I?
It's just they keep thinking that, oh no, he's just joking. No, I'm not.
You're gonna love that, huh? Well,
So
I kind of use that. My dad would kill
no,
me.
no, do not use.
Yeah.
And there's so many questions like, so where do you work now? What you cooking? And I'm like, in my brain, you can't see what I'm cooking. You're asking me a question. What are you cooking? Like it's obvious. It's right there. Oh God.
What are you
Uh,
cooking?
shut up, man.
Oh god. But
It
yeah,
was
I can see where the exhaustion is coming from now. Definitely.
yeah, mentally and physically.
Imagine being bombarded with when you're getting married. Oh god. I was there.
Tiring.
I mean you cannot add Hari Raya, I cannot add Chinese New Year.
Yeah. Maybe I should, follow your excuse.
I was just like, my excuse is pretty much just like, I don't think I'm ready. I cannot even self-sustain as much. It's part truth because
You could have just said, you're not the kind of dragon I want.
yeah, then there's no dragons out there for me, so sad.
You look at their child, devil spawn. Just kidding.
So you're not dragon, get out. I don't want
You're not a kobold, get out.
Kobold. I'll take Kobold.
Oh my god. At least I get to relax now. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely gotta relax more. I'm still trying to look at like the glimpse, the gems.
Did you?
Yeah, the glimpse.
I see.
I don't know what kind of level 4 gem I won.
What armor did you make?
The
Amatsu.
yeah, Amatsu's with armor.
You see, Amatsu. Okay, to me, the skill that they have on the armor isn't very interesting to me. What caught my attention was actually the gem slots. It's insane.
Yeah, all the level 4 slots. But then the Heaven Sent is not bad.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I think if I remember in the armor, there's a skill called latent power or something like that.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, one of the skills that I don't really like.
No, I don't know. I don't even know. Like, to this point, I still don't know what triggers latent power. They never say it anywhere. It's so weird.
Well, according to Google, it says here, latent power increases affinity and reduces stamina depletion, and it has 5 levels. That's about it.
Oh my god, they didn't say how to trigger it. I'm gonna cry.
Let me type in how to trigger latent power.
Latent power.
You must be engaged in active combat with a monster. Drawing your weapons count as active combat, and after combat session lasting approximately 2 minutes and 45 seconds, latent power will be activated.
What? 2 minute 45 second. Wow. I mean, era.
Wow. What did you get? Increase affinity and reduce stamina depletion. But then again, you already have heaven, whatever that skill is, sending heaven, whatever. I don't remember.
Yeah, Heaven Sent is like, oh, then it's like a bit of a synergy to it lah. Because latent power need time, and then Heaven Sent needs time to trigger as well.
Mm, I don't know.
Yeah,
I just don't like latent power.
same. It's weird. Resentment? Resentment.
Ooh, that's good.
Resentment is good. Flawless.
I mean, that's what I use on my bow build. Like, you know, when we were hunting Amatsu together.
Oh,
Yeah. And you wondered how I die very fast? Well, there you go. But that's not the main reason why I died that fast. The main reason is that couple of times my game froze.
yeah. I heard.
And then bam, died.
Die.
Died. Just like my mental power today died.
Oh shit. Your mental power froze and then died.
Oh my god. Wah, wah, wah.
Still
What you
resentment. Make lah. But then it's like 2-2-2-2-1 level 5. I need 1 resentment.
What I did was that the skill that I synergized with my build is that I have resentment. I think I have blood, right? If I'm not mistaken. I also have resuscitate and bubbly dance.
Bubbly dance.
Yeah. Bubbly dance. That's one from Mizutsune. I kind of forgot what's the effect.
Oh, maybe agitator is pretty good as well. Agitator. Here, let me get agitator.
Watch me as I aggro the monster all the way.
I have embolden. I feel like embolden. I don't know. This is how I feel like embolden will make the monster target me just a little bit more. Like just now, I was hunting with Angelic Core, and then I feel like the monster. Well, not all the way lah, but just a little bit more than before. Know what I mean?
Where was I? Resentment, blood rank, coalescence. I also combined that with bubbly dance and resuscitate. Yes.
Is that the case?
Yeah, increase attack power when you are suffering from a normal status.
Oh, with bloodlust,
Yeah. It's attack plus 20.
Wow, free.
But I feel like that's not enough for a bow. I feel like I can boost up the damage more.
Oh, there is challenger.
I'm just like literally avoiding dragon conversion or whatever that is. I forgot.
Why everything need Xenogus Sky Merod, huh?
Come, we hunt. Nah, it's okay. You're gonna die soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna die soon. I go look see. Dragon conversion. Is it like the level 4 GM combo with Dragon Heart? So it's like you use the Val Strux armor lah.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like I don't like using that. But that's just me lah. If other people say that's a good combo or a good build, and so be it. Let them be themselves. I, on the other hand, would avoid that. And I'm just saying this not because I'm a pro in the game.
I mean,
saying,
you're definitely
that's just
more pro than me.
No, what do you mean?
level 7 defense. But then I feel like it's a little waste. Don't need.
What do you mean? Oh, sword and shield. I see.
Level 3. I mean, if I'm lazy, just go good luck. Level 3, good luck for sure, win one. Quick Sheath? Oh, I already have Quick Sheath for Sword and Shield.
Quick shift or what?
Don't worry about it.
I'm very concerned.
I mean, the level 3 Quick Shift comes from the talisman now. So, yeah. I'll take it. Oh, protection?
3 level. Oh my god.
Do you see how fast I shift the sword and shield? I can show you. Here. The speed on this bad boy, I'm telling you. It's crazy. You see.
Until you realize, right, you can use items while weapon drawn.
Yeah, I know. I know I can. Okay, you see? Oh yeah, I have full health. Shock trap. But then again, I like holding R1 when I see speed. Ching.
Why?
Ching. Whoa. So speed. And I got Heaven Sent also. Whoa.
This guy.
So powerful.
Ayo. Why do you do this?
What do you mean it's good? Oh. See, if I play friendship, then I for sure MVP heal.
MVP. Oh, look at my brain.
It's fine.
No, it's fine with you, but it's not fine with my mental health.
It's breaking mental health.
Oh, it's breaking something. Yeah, definitely. You might not see it, but it's breaking.
I heard something. I heard something broke. I don't know what it is. Resentment level 5.
Wow.
Wow. 熊啊.
Evade window 5.
Two level 1?
Remind me again, you build this on what? Sword and shield, right?
Or just melee in general, I guess. Dragon? Oh, I already have maximum dragon, I think. Yeah, it's already maximum. Yeah, only 2 level 1 slot is like alang eh.
Oh, Defiance.
What if I just like wow. Ngam. Wow, Ngam level 7 defense. Okay, good. Okay, 3 more level 4. 3 more level 4 slot. Do I need level 6 sheath? Quick sheath?
No.
Level
Why not
6.
just put level 10 quick shift at the rate you're going?
Watching.
Just put quick shift level 4 deco in every level 4 deco slot.
No lah, that one is a little bit overkill lah.
Yeah, you cannot shift. You need to shift faster.
Yeah lah. I mean, true lah. If can shift faster, it's definitely a nice one.
Have
free meal is nice eh. Yeah.
You like KOing stuff, right?
Oh yeah, I kinda do, yeah.
Why don't you just put some slugger in there?
Oh, level 4 slugger.
Oh my god.
No, like level 4 gem slot, sorry. Is that level 4 gem slot slugger?
I don't know. It's been a while that I played this game.
Same. I last played this game like 2 months ago.
Oh, that's capacity jewel. What?
KO, KO. What do you call KO? Show skill.
KO.
Oh no, what do I need? Afflicted shell.
Man.
More afflicted shit.
Apa itu? Afflicted shell, kanasai. Bubbly dance?
Yeah. On Sword and Shield?
Yeah. Oh, what does bubbly dance do?
It gives you bubble blight. Mizu's blight. So when you basically it makes it so that you will contract bubble blight when the monster's enraged, I think.
When performing consecutive evasive movement.
Then basically it will also reduce bubble blight to never sleep you. So it's just a passive buff instead of a debuff now. Then when you have bubble blight on you, you have increased evasion and
Speed.
constitution. Yeah.
Oh, then and constitution also. Wait, yeah.
Yeah, so it's evade window and constitution basically.
And then
Oh,
if you
sure, eh?
combine that with resuscitate, nice.
Yes, and it always triggers resuscitate because it's considered a debuff, even though it buffs you.
Oh,
Mm-hmm. It's a build.
I don't have resuscitate. Oh. Lai resuscitate.
Oh my god.
I don't have debuff leh. I have
Bubble blight is
3.
considered a debuff.
Yeah, if I put bubble blight level 2. Yeah, if level 2 only, then it's a little bit like alalang, because level 3 I can trigger bubble blight on demand. Why is there no level 2 slot and everything is like level 3?
Bubble dance itself is level 2, what? No, man?
No, bubble
Pretty
blight,
sure it is.
bubbly dance level 3 eh. Oh, how about hellfire?
No, as in bubble dance is level 2 deco normally.
Oh, but I don't have level 2 gem slot anymore.
Oh.
I'm left with 3 level 4 gem slots. I'm a hellfire. Effect persists for 1 minute after a monster rage has subsided.
But that's not debuff, right?
Is this it? Grants hellfire resistance and confer explosive hellfire power to your attack. So only against Mike the Mallow can I use this?
No, you will gain it. When you have 3 points into it, you'll gain it when the monster's enraged.
Oh, ayo, win now, lo. Okay lah, can.
And the explosion is like 100 damage every time. It's actually quite a decent amount of damage. Gunlance plays this as part of their kit. I've seen dual blades use this. Sword and Shield maybe if you use the shield bash and the wire bug shield bash and the falling shadow a lot.
Falling Shadow a lot, I win.
Yeah. Keep bluffing, man. Keep bluffing.
No, I really use a lot of Falling Shadow eh. See, just now I fight Xeno Girl for 40 minutes. For 40 minutes, 35 minutes I use Falling Shadow eh.
Oh my god.
Resuscitate. Hellfire. Okay. Oh, then no need free meal lah. Hellfire. I need one more resuscitate eh. What if I change? Nah, don't need fate no. I change fate to resuscitate. Oh shit, I don't have resuscitate. This is gonna be the true power. Level 2. Ah. It pains me to put a level 2 jewel into a level 3 slot.
It's okay. I have a build that I need to put like 101. I think I put like 4 or 5 level 2 decos in level 4 slots.
Imagine, imagine level 1 jewel in level 4 deck.
I mean,
How does it even look like?
it looks very funky. It's when you're desperate enough, basically.
Oh fuck. No. It looks so depressing.
Yeah, it looks so depressing.
Like, I have one big slot for you. I just need this little bit.
You think that the socketed jewel will not fall out halfway through fighting?
Is it A? Where my jewel go? Oh, I need to wait until like heaven sent, right?
You're trying out.
I have the armor.
Oh, yeah, 15 seconds.
Oh, heaven sent activate. Does it give damage again? I forgot.
No, it gives
Oh.
it gives stamina sharpness
Oh, infinite stamina. Oh, I can just like do this.
and infinite sharpness. You can do the sword and shield loop and you're fine also.
What's a loop?
X X Y Y X Y X X Y Y X Y. Whatever your button is.
XX.
It's like it's
X,
Y Y B B I think.
Y,
Y Y B B then
X Y.
then-
Y Y B B Y B. B.
No, Y Y B B and Y B together. Then you just keep looping it. You can go infinite.
Oh. Oh. Oh, that's neat. But then I always do like YYBB YYBBBA YB. And then after spinning Reaper, I just do like
Yeah, spinning Reaper is combo ender.
yeah.
But round slash is not. Even though they are essentially the same thing.
Yeah, it's just the same thing. Hi Lex. Hope you had good sleep. Welcome in again. Wait, one cut did 200 nani? Look at my quick shift. So fast. Never seen something this fast, huh? when this bad boy hits light speed,
Give me a toothpick, I can do it faster.
What's the point of going up here again? Is it like a secret of some sort?
There's a mirror on top that depicts the rampage from. No, not rampage. It depicts something.
Lore.
Some lore bit that I actually don't really remember about.
Lore.
Why are you climbing it?
I don't know. I mean, you said it's like some sort of mural.
Yeah, you can just set wire back to infinite and just go all the way to the sky.
Oh, fuck. Oh my god.
You didn't thought of that.
Nope. Was okay.
Yeah.
How's the hunt going? Hunt's great. I totally did not exchange for Xenogears Sky Mirror just now. It didn't happen. It
Do
dropped.
you end up exchanging for Mizusune Orb also?
Oh no, Mizusune actually got lucky. I first try got. How top am I trying to go again? Oh, I'm at the top. Okay. I'm not seeing.
What's this?
It's through the waterfall, I found, Victor. It's at the waterfall, not through the waterfall.
At the waterfall.
On top! I just saw the kid just fall.
No, I'm trying to go on top. Oh, am I stuck?
It's not this one, it's the other one.
The other one? Okay. Maybe not this one. Is there more waterfall?
Oh god.
The music fits. That's all I can say about this right now. Oh, oh, that's a proper waterfall. Okay. Hey, I found it.
Fine.
Oh, is this the mural?
Yeah, yeah.
If only I have a torch.
Craft one.
Wait. Are we playing 7 Days to Die?
We should definitely play 7 Days to Die.
It's been a long time. Oh, they updated the game, right?
Is it?
I think there's a recent update to 7 Days to Die. Oh, sorry.
Huh.
Let me look see. 7 Days to Die. 7.
Funny how they say 7
Ah,
days to die
ne?
when you don't actually die.
Yeah, how do you even die in this game? I don't know.
Oh, there's an update. Wait, hold on.
Yeah. B1 stable.
What?
Yeah.
24 MB.
Last played 2022 October 29. Mhm. Yeah.
Last played 3rd of March.
Okay lah, not too long ago. Oh, what's that? Why do we have this?
Get up and find out then. I guess it's for it to focus on Rampage.
Maybe. Who plays Rampage?
Who plays Rampage?
I mean, Rampage has a lot of dragons. It's good, but gosh.
Oh man, I love Rampage.
Okay, the way you say it.
No, but legit, I actually do like
Oh.
Rampage. Like I liked it when it was back in base rise. Just don't do too many of it.
Yeah, it's fresh, definitely. Like having a tower defense, but Monster Hunter, yeah, that's definitely fresh. I like it for a little bit. But then during Rampage, I just see the body stars and all the towers just like redundant. I'd rather just like go down and cut them. It feels much better.
Oh my god, why did you put that way?
How did I do like 200 damage just now? Like one cut on the head.
So are you satisfied with your build?
Kinda. Oh, I cannot make it. I cannot make it to Lana. Like I want to make, I want to make the monster enrage. It's okay. There's plenty of chance for me to try it next time. Quick sheath OP.
Oh my god.
Sus.
Sus. Okay lah, I want to get dinner also. Wah, almost 8 now. Mati.
Almost 8, yeah.
Mati lah aku. Kenapa? I mean, I got a decent build.
Quote unquote decent build.
Eh, later I do more than 20% damage. Oh.
Just
I mean, it depends on what we're fighting and what weapon we're using.
True. But then this one is like the most. Oh, I wouldn't say the most the more aggressive build.
Okay.
It's like Resentment, Dragon Attack, Hellfire Clock, Resuscitate.
With the fucking max level quick sheath.
Yeah, and the max level quick sheath. Very important. Quick sheath is gonna be the carry.
Yes.
Hey, that means that I can use this build for longsword also.
Okay.
See?
Then that would make much more sense.
Planned. Definitely planned. Oh shit. I just kick over a thing.
Oh.
Need to find red target now. Oh yeah.
Yep.
What?
Oh my.
Welcome to my channel. My channel has become like almost full kobold. Oh, almost full kobold. Oh my god.
Yep.
Ooh, shiny.
Yep.
I think I love how there's like a bit of a con. Wait, let me just open things up real quick. I mean, even if it's just like a short time, I'm opening them up. Oh yeah, might as well just open up the redeems as well. I love every time when I'm trying to open up so many things, my PC just dies. Look at that. Discord needs to reload. Look at Discord is gone.
Oh my.
Actually, is it exclamation mark gas? I don't remember already.
It is, yeah. Stink. Sneaky.
That's a lot.
Honestly, I'm so glad I made all of like the fart noises. Like there's one video that has like 100 different fart noises, and I just like cut them all out. I just cut all of them into like a lot of different fart noises. So that's how I got like 100 and something fart noises at first. It's great.
Hey, have you watched I Love Gaming?
I love gaming. Oh shit! It's in my YouTube. It's in my watch later for scientific purposes.
Sus.
Sus. See?
Disgusting. Uh,
I love gaming. The thumbnail is just something else.
Can I watch this or not? It says I love gaming. Yes,
I
can
love
watch
gaming.
It. Okay, all right, let's see it.
Alright.
I'm hearing the president's orders.
Oh my
Hey, it's dangerous outside.
Leon.
Jesus.
Leon with the shade.
What do we do? Okay.
I can't.
Bro, there's no way
Oh
that
my-
would have happened.
Oh my
Wait, can she fit through? Oh my god.
I love the chat. It's like, damn, she dummy thick.
Jesus.
The mods are god tier, they say.
Bro, if this doesn't end with that atom bomb clip, I'm gonna be so unhappy.
I need to get around to make a
Oh my god.
Heaven Sent Ganlans.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Hey, trust me.
Wow.
trust me.
that ass is
Isn't
stupid.
science great?
Oh my
This
god.
is amazing.
Leon.
Okay, good. Not exactly what I expected, but this was good enough. Yeah, this is
Leon. Leon. I'm sorry, it's too good. God, I'm fucking tearing up. Oh
Glad you
shit,
like
Leon. Oh wait,
Truth,
sorry.
truth be told,
Yeah.
my friend sent that video, okay, as I just woke up from my sleep.
Oh no.
So, imagine the confusion when I watched that video.
my condolences. Like the first thing in the morning, that's what you see. It's like, oh.
Terrible.
I mean, hey, I'm not gonna complain, I guess.
Well, yeah, but I mean, oh my god, it did not help.
Need to find right target. Oh, you guys are not on the screen. I forgot.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
It's okay. We are the goal. You are the voices in your head. Oh, damn it.
I did-
Big.
Whoa. Whoa.
Oh. See? Very, very nice. Oh wait, I should probably change this to here then. And then... Ah, see? Nice. I'm so good. Did you guys buy any DLC for this one? Monster Hunter?
Not really. I bought like Yori's voice pack and that's it.
Oh.
I think I buy a couple of like DLCs, but those are just mostly music and voice pack. What else? Some cosmetic, like the the low resolution cosmetic.
The Popper and Kitty?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I bought those, and then I bought music. Also I bought this new one, the chill version, and also the village and sticker pack whenever there's Mausino in there.
Isn't that every single sticker pack sees some break?
I don't think there's only 2 sticker pack that has like Mausino in there. Double check.
Isn't that a Droxen sticker pack?
Oh, that'd be so good. Hi, Wings of Fire. Oh, I forgot about that. Is it like sticker? Can I just check sticker pack? Yeah, this one I bought. Oh, you guys cannot see, but yeah, I bought this one.
Yeah. I'm imagining it. You might not see it, but I'm imagining it.
Like this one don't have it. This one don't have Maltino. But only six link it. That mouth. Moisturize? Oh yeah. I forgot moisturize does the bucket thing now.
Oh, you're not gonna turn on your 3D avatar for the last part.
Oh, I won. Oh wait, I hid it. Because I'm blocking everything. Yeah, this one I bought, and this one I buy. And then all the plushie weapon. Oh yeah, the plushie weapon. Yeah.
Oh my god.
But then I'm just so sad that Mizu is heavy bowgun. My day is ruined.
I wanted to buy the plushies for the light bow gun, but then I realized
It's
I just like, no, no, thank you.
Shooting out of a
Oh.
kazoo doesn't sound too bad, no?
I don't know.
I made the burp is cute. Not dragon though.
Then I wanted to buy the bow plushie, but then it's like freaking Raja.
Well, there goes my 6 ringgit. Look at that!
No,
Oh my
no.
god! Okay,
The bird you gave. No.
Let me hide the screen. Let me hide the screen.
No, don't buy it.
Yeah, you guys cannot see anything. What? And there's nothing happening. Don't worry about it.
My
Definitely
God.
am not buying anything. Not happening. Like me? You purchase a big one. Hello Steam, I'm trying to buy something you don't want to let me buy. What the
Oh my
fuck,
God.
man? Honestly, this happened last night as well, when I was trying to buy the chill version of the music, and it's just like getting declined. And then they sent me an email. It's like, oh, we noticed some weird thing happening to your account last night. Here, let me add the things to your cart again, and then you can buy it properly. Oh, there it is. I bought it. Wait, I didn't buy anything. You guys don't know.
Clip that. Someone clip that.
Nah, it didn't happen. View DLC in store.
Disgust.
I mean, that was sticker pack 10, right? Maybe if I can just like search for like sticker packs, huh? Oh shit. No, don't. No. There, thank you. Monster Hunter Rise sticker.
Oh, Red Dead Redemption is on sale. Wow.
Wow. 14, 12, 13, 10. Nuh-uh. I mean, there's mango, but I don't really want mango.
Mango.
Without reason, because it's Monster Hunter? Whoa.
You don't want Manglo?
I don't want Manglo. I mean, Manglo is more of a cat than dragon.
Yeah, it's just an angry cat.
Oh. I mean,
But I like cat.
it looks cool. Where was I again? 11? Okay, 6.
Terrible.
Oh wait, I was at 6. Oh, 8, 5. Why is it all jumbled up together? More burps? Oh. The burps are kinda adorable.
A Daruma bird, okay.
The burb. Everyone likes mango, but no one ever asks if they want menstop. Menstop? Huh?
It's a pun.
A pun?
Get it? Like mango.
Mango? I mean, mango
Like-
is a fruit, isn't it?
Yeah, like man, and then you go.
Oh, fuck. No. I refuse.
Your humor is that bad, is it?
I refuse.
I understood what it says immediately.
Look, I'm really bad with puns. I cannot identify them at first, most of the time. Okay lah, I check all the sticker pack already. I got a new sticker pack. If I get banned, I'll go on doing what I love, making people facepalm at lame jokes. I mean, don't worry, you're not gonna get banned here. Leon likes it. Leon likes pun. She don't know who to raid.
Ah, man. I'm hungry.
Same. Same.
You know what? I'm gonna head out first. So then, bye.
Bye-bye. The disappearance. That sounds like a challenge. I mean, you could always challenge Leon to like a pun fight, I guess.
But why?
Honestly, the first time I met Leon, well, not the first time, like technically the second time, but the first time to ever like properly talk to him is like Firm 2018. He has so much pun. Like the pun that he spins, like See? what do you call female ninja? A shinobi. I mean, I get this one. A shinobi. I'm gonna cry. It's been a while. This is like not ancient, but did this sound alert? Thanks again, Ion. Legend. If a watermelon or a durian hits your head, which one will pain? I mean, both, isn't it? You okay? You're being suspiciously quiet, huh?
What?
No, nothing. Wait, wow. Rex is still doing the subathon? Oh, crazy. Oh, thanks,
Go add
Pinky.
to his subathon then. Make him for 24 hours more.
Wow. Oh no, the Narix one did not work. Here, let me fix that. Oh shit. Oops. I did. It's okay. It's fine. Most people know about the Egyptian god Anubis. Very good looking as well. What people don't know is he has an elder brother, Anubis?
And Obis.
Oh.
Because
a new. Oh, hey. I should make a note for all of these. When people trying to piss me off, I just like send all of these to them. The dragon woke up screaming here. The like, shut up. I'll punch you.
Why would it be a dragon? Oh, I mean,
a dragon having a nightmare.
I guess, yeah, because night, yeah. I thought it would be a knight that gets a nightmare.
It makes sense. Drown them in funnies. Wow. Maybe I should try to find someone that I never raided before. It's been a while since I last did that. How can I search for any kobold? Ooh, that's such a good idea. Will anyone use the kobold tag? Or is it just me? I go check. There's only me with the kobold. Oh, there's one more. That is not a kobold. But maybe, I don't know. A face cam. Okay, what else tag do I use? What's an old car's favorite meal? Free chili? Free chili? Isn't old car like the fish? I'm really bad with these kind of jokes. What do you call a zombie dresser? A horde robe? Oh, is it like a wardrobe? Oh, that's a really good looking one. It's almost finished, right?
Yeah, that is apparently added reflections. So I'm just looking at it, huh?
Oh. Well, your child looks kind of like, you know, the expression is like, I want to kill everything kind of expression. Oh, nice, eh? Okay, let me check out what else tech do I have? Scaly? Oh, okay, let's try Scaly. That's not all Scaly. Oh, Scaly, there's like Rex. Rex is there. Rumon Grey is there. Oh, the new one. Bracky? Oh, that looks so adorable though. It's playing Celeste. Celeste? Why are dragons such good storytellers? Because they have long tails? I mean, dragons have long... Oh, is it like long tail? You know, the tail. Oh, oops. No, don't play these. You know, like the tail. The shippo. Oh, that's a cute looking dragon though. It's someone new that I never raided before. I have a sneak peek. This guy. This the dragon right here. cute, and then you have this dancing dragon here. Yeah, can. I'm gonna rate them then. Right? Here, let me plug things real quick. I'll just summon Bernie first. Oh, leg stream before? Wow.
I am once again asking for your
I'm gonna see how long
financial
it
support.
takes for me to go and guard bash about Shreks to death.
Good luck with the... It's not just blocking, right? It's guard bash.
It's just blocking. Like I just hold guard. When a monster hits the guard, they take damage.
That's... Hey, they are catering towards like a much more casual Monster Hunters.
Then you can put things like super recovery, so they always heal.
Yeah, nah. Iron Shell level 3 super recovery.
Yeah, and shell. So you don't need to think about sharpness or anything. You just like make an immortal build and
just don't die.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, you did
It sounds like
not.
something you would do actually.
Honestly,
Just-
yeah.
Just for the giggles.
I would do that. I would definitely do that. Yeah, I type in the rate first. Tomorrow I play... tomorrow I can I can be Cobalt and play Deep Rock Galactic.
Rock and Stone.
Yeah, Rock and Stone. Oh, you also got play Rock and Stone.
Oh.
Yeah. Lela,
I don't
play
have the
lah.
game.
How much is the game? We're rich, Leon. We're rich. It's normal we're rich because I have the Cobalt mod on. I don't know what they say because I only played solo last night, so I have no idea. It's like whenever I try to ping the gold, I found the gold. I found like a chunk of gold, and then I ping the gold. It's like, hey Bosco, can you carry that? It's like, nah. I want to know what you say.
Oh, it only works if you don't take guard impact, apparently.
Oh, so you
So I guess embolden is needed.
embolden guard 5 guardian,
Guardian is offensive guard, doesn't.
but then does guardian add more damage to the block?
No.
No, okay lah.
Like nearly nothing does.
Oh.
Doesn't trigger powder mental, doesn't trigger offensive guard, nothing. It's just guarding.
Wait, Lex said you have a new Discord name? Oh, I didn't know. I didn't mean to be rude by not seeing any changes. I may be super rude right now. Before you forget, thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. I'm glad I took a bit of a break there. Feeling re-energized. Okay, I type in the rate now. I
want to try something.
I leave Discord.
Okay, yeah, can.
Good luck, guard bashing. Good luck, guard bashing to death. Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Guard bashing to death. Thank you for being here as well, Lex. I mean, thank you everyone. Thanks everyone for being here, honestly. Oh yeah, I have rate 3, rate 4, rate shinies. Would you kindly give Cobalt puppies? Anyone willing to offer Cobalt some loving uppies? Rate shinies as well. Rate it raid shinies? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, that's like the OG raid. Cryptid raid says hi. Okay, tomorrow I play some Deep Rock Galactic. So before the raid, I'm gonna say, yeah, raid shinies. Thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Right, love you so much. You guys are amazing. Right, you guys made my a little bit of a short break, and then come back to the stream. Feels good, to be honest. Thank you all. Right, know that you guys are all loved. You guys are all valid. You guys are very matter. Right, very valuable. And here comes raid to Breaky. No, don't flip table. Don't flip table. Raiding someone new, it gives me a bit of anxiety. Yep. You also love it valuable. Oh, thank you. Raiding all your shinies. I mean, it makes sense. They are like they are a dragon. Like he's a dragon. I'm using this one. All the yups. All the yup.
Ooh, shiny.
Yup.
Ooh, shiny.
I love I put a ooh shiny in there. I'm so glad. I'll try to make more. Yeah, I'll try to make more in the future as well. It's fun. Oh.
Ooh, shiny.
Shiny.
Ooh, shiny.
I want to redeem a few. The car is so good as well.
Ooh, shiny.
Car. The car is so powerful. The car.
Yep.
Oh. 2 false stresses. Okay, let's see you guys tomorrow. Be safe, everyone. Bye. Love you all. You guys are amazing.
Yep.
Be safe. Bye. Double Mizu. Wow. Hmm.